starting to play as Batman. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. Is this person an actor? At this point, Leng Ji had already figured it out. From the beginning of the fight till now, this whole set of moves was actually a combination of punches from the opponent. He had fallen into the opponent's pace from the very beginning. First, he used his hearing amplification ability to interfere with his hearing with ultrasound and put a burden on his brain. Then, when his hearing was offline and he could only rely on his vision and his mind was still drowsy, he immediately used a flash bomb to deal with his vision. Losing the two most critical senses at the same time, Leng Ji would have a great chance to seize the fleeting opportunity and give the opponent a fatal blow before he moved. But even this was within the opponent's expectations. The stab that hit the transformer box was not a coincidence. Batman deliberately stood in this position from the beginning, using his body as bait to deliberately lure the opponent to attack. From the beginning, his purpose was to use this transformer box to attack. His guess was indeed correct. This was Chu Cheng's tactic. This transformer box was a trap set before they started. Friday hacked into the power grid system in advance and made some tampering just to give him such a fierce blow. It was also part of the battle plan that Friday recommended to Chu Cheng that just now will cause an emergency power outage in the residential buildings within a small area on the ground. Friday said, "But we definitely gave him a heavy blow, sir. Thanks to you." Chu Cheng smiled. A qualified secretary must be hardworking and capable, but hardworking can be omitted when the appearance is high enough. With such a standard, it is absolutely not excessive to give Friday the badge of MVP secretary. Although a Stark's universal artificial intelligence, she is very good at both housekeeping and secretary work, but these are not as outstanding as her combat auxiliary AI as Iron Man. So if necessary, she can also be a first-class tactical master. After taking this electric shock, Leng Ji was already numb from the electric shock. But Chu Cheng certainly would not give him a rest time. Batman quickly stepped forward with a pair of electric shock gloves and served the stumbling figure with a high voltage old punch. The first punch hit the bridge of the nose. The electric current burst out from the fist and exploded on Leng Ji's face. Electric sparks jumped on the protective gear on his face, and the impact made him lean back involuntarily. Leng Ji reacted very quickly. His senses were paralyzed, but he predicted the opponent's position just by the touch of being hit, and he hit back with a swinging punch before he even stood firmly on his heels. But Batman is not only good at dirty tricks. Although he is an old silver coin, he is also a martial arts master. Chu Cheng used the right key to control Batman to duck and dodge the punch, and at the same time, 2 electric shock punches were thrown at Leng Ji's lower abdomen. Now Leng Ji is basically numb. The main reason is that he didn't understand Batman's style of doing things, and he was unprepared for this set of tactics that didn't follow the way of the world. Want to fight head on like a real master to determine the winner and decide life and death? Sorry, no. There are only old silver coins here who are preparing to sneak up on you. Want exciting moves and skill games? Sorry, no. There are only old silver coins here who are sneaking up on you. Want gorgeous skills and cool equipment to fight head on? Sorry, there is still no such thing. Here are only the old silver coins of Yan Wanren. In short, the experience of fighting with this transvestite madman is extremely bad. He does not give you the kind of psychological oppression that you feel when facing an invincible enemy, but a feeling of being full of strength, but having no place to use it. Leng Ji felt this way at this moment. His golden body is invulnerable to swords and guns, and his strength and speed are absolutely superhuman. According to the data on paper, a mere transvestite madman should be crushed by him. But I don't know what happened. The scripts on both sides seem to be reversed. He, a stitched monster who just came out of the super tailor shop, was crushed by an ordinary person and was completely unable to fight back. He was beaten and didn't understand the situation. Leng Ji took several punches in a row. While being electrocuted, he still didn't give up relying on his sense to judge Batman's position and tried to fight back. but then he felt a heavy punch on his forehead from the opposite direction. The force of this punch was completely different from the previous one. It is no exaggeration to say that this was definitely the heaviest punch Lengji had ever received. The armor-like material covering his face was almost shattered. He could not see it, but he was deeply shocked. Did Batman get another helper? But how could this strength and intensity be possible? The special agents with stronger recovery ability could barely see some of it. As soon as the vision came online, they saw Batman and a weirdo dressed like pajamas fighting doubles. Then the weirdo was jumping around like a show of skill, and from time to time he used some very gorgeous and fierce moves that had no prototype in any martial arts school, mainly because humans could not do those moves at all, to perform crazy combos. During the period, he even kicked Lengji into the air and then jumped up to add a set of floating combos. The incredible mid-air combo stunned everyone. No, is this a move that a carbon-based creature can do? All the agents were confused for a while. Just a short while ago, they were still being beaten by this defected agent, or what seemed to be his phantom. A whole team of fully armed special agents, a combat type ability user, plus the only phantom in the 9 divisions. All of them together want to be hung up by the opponent and used as sandbags. And now they see that the opponent is being hung up by 2 weirdos in strange costumes and used as sandbags. No, we should be fighting one enemy, right? When I was on the field, the opponent was like a god of war, with an invincible panel and invincible skills, so strong that it made people want to give up. As a result, when watching others show off, it feels like the opponent has become mentally retarded and can't use skills or move, just like a fucking actor. After this set of double combos, Chu Cheng was happy, Lengji was numb, and the people in the lunatic asylum couldn't do it anymore, and everyone has a bright future. After a set of combos to the end, after Spider-Man used the spider silk to extend his stay in the air and hit a set of floating 5 combos, an explosive bat dart almost exploded on Lengji's face. The fireball and smoke expanded in the room, and the shockwave blew him away. The armor-like material was shattered and peeled off from his body. Only then could the crowd see what he looked like under the armor. Outside the exploded armor was a blood red color. It looked like Lengji's entire skin wrapped around the outside had hardened and mutated into armor, but the tissue structure under the skin was completely different from that of a normal person, and it looked like another species with human limbs. Even at this moment, his bloody body was still stubbornly healing itself, trying to repair the injuries all over his body. Ahem. Ha, I underestimated you. He lay on the ground and had given up resisting, as if he realized that the situation was hopeless and it was useless to struggle at this point. So he simply lay down, trying to face up, and look directly at Batman, who was walking towards him. I guess a lot of people must have made this mistake, right? As long as people gain a little power, they tend to be complacent and arrogant. And you are the best at taking advantage of this. You make people think they have the upper hand, and then, cough cough, at this time, Spider-Man has shot out a large spiderweb to tie up his hands and feet tightly. At the same time, Batman raised his hand and threw a bomb, which exploded at the bottom of Lengji's feet with a snap. The released gel expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, Lengji was tightly molded in the middle. Double control. Now even if he is in good condition, he can't break free. I lost. Cough cough. But it doesn't matter. Lengji smiled dryly, but the gears have started to turn, and everyone will be swept into the torrent. No one can escape, even you. Elsewhere, somewhere, a pair of eyes opened in the dark. It looks like a failure. The man's voice sounded. A resolute and cold face peeked out from the shadows, and it was Lengji. Batman is more difficult than we thought, he said. He is not just a warrior with power. We underestimated him. It seems so. A voice also sounded in the opposite direction of the darkness. A face appeared from the darkness, still Lengji. But it doesn't matter. The second Lengji said, the mission of the dead soldiers has been completed. Even if they are sacrificed, it doesn't matter. That's right. As long as the key is still awake, things are still on the right track. The third voice sounded, and the third Lengji appeared. Multiple pairs of eyes opened one after another, like will-o'-the-wisp lights being lit one after another. They are all Lengji. Chapter 127 Account Upgrade. Agent Luo Yajin's injuries and eyes had almost recovered. He carefully looked at Leng Ji, who was bound by the spiderweb angel. After making sure that there was nothing to be afraid of, he picked up a cigarette and lit it to exchange a few polite words with the badman who cleaned their butts. As a result, he found that the person was really the one who didn't turn around. In the short few seconds from Leng Ji's head bursting to him touching the body to confirm, the person had disappeared again. This is very Batman. At this time, the agents also gradually recovered and gradually accepted the fact that Batman led them to win again. But now they have become accustomed to it. If a person lies down for too long, his mind will easily become problematic. If he is lazy for a long time, he will only think about basking in the sun. The Gotham Police Department next door has been completely trained into the shape of a bat over the past few decades, and this special service asylum is now showing a trend of following the old path. When the madhouse gets wise one day in the future, they can install a high-end enhanced bat light on the mothership deck. In the future, if there is a problem, they can just shine the light on that place. After that, everyone will prepare melon seeds, peanuts and small stools, and wait for Batman to come out and kill. Wherever there is a problem, Mom will no longer have to worry about us being bullied by the infected. In fact, Chu Cheng thinks there is nothing wrong with this, so that he doesn't have to find ways to gain experience all day. If not, just pack and mail a bat light to the madhouse. Let them turn on the light when they have something to do, skip the pre-process, and go directly to the big summoning spell, and let the big brother take the economy. But in this way, it is more like the defense team in Ultraman than the Gotham Police Department. It is well known that the scraping technology of the few paper-made defense forces in the series that give monster fireworks a bath and photon rejuvenation has been criticized for many years. Instead of crashing a few more planes in each episode to torture the finance and logistics, it is better to start with Ultraman, which is simple and rough. Then, when Chu Cheng's economy is full and the system card pool is fully upgraded, all the superheroes in the card pool will be unlocked. After that, he will be equipped with super skills. Even if the lunatic asylum is a group of turtles, he can still take it off. Quoting Iron Man's arrogant famous line, "I have achieved world peace alone, you're welcome." What? You don't want peace? So you want to talk about life with Superman? The action team contacted the contact team on the ground and found out that they were still fighting downstairs for a long time and the hostages inside had been released by Batman. So the action team passed the hole where they had been fighting for a long time and went deeper into the underground facility. They soon found the door of the room where the hostages were held, which had been pried open, and the phantoms nearby that had turned into 3 corpses. The agents were stunned when they saw this scene. Does it mean that, while we are still stuck at the door and fighting with the enemy troops, Batman and his strange companions have quietly reached the back row to rescue the hostages and captured 3 bosses? Thinking about it this way, it seems that after all the hostages were rescued and the crystals were pushed, the talents returned to the front line slowly, and before leaving, they took away the most valuable heads in the field. So now the agents are a little confused about what they are here for. At first, they thought they were the sharp blades that came to execute justice and eradicate evil, but after the opposing boss made a grand appearance, they felt like a group of cooks who came to serve people. In the end, they were shocked to realize that they were not sharp blades or cooks, but simply a group of spectators. Their biggest role was basically to shout 666 from behind when the boss was leading the team, so that no one would support the boss when he was killing people like a brocade robot knight. Agent Luo Yajin patted the shoulder of a somewhat frustrated young agent. The young agent looked up at him in surprise. "Don't lose heart, kid." Luo Yajin was smoking a cigarette, smiling. "There will be more such things in the future. You will get used to it, little agent." Whether Leng Ji is an infected person or a phantom has not yet been determined, and no one can say for sure whether the phantom will self-destruct like the infected. But no matter what, it is inevitable to take him back for torture and interrogation, and then open his skull to check his memory. Chu Cheng is also thinking of opening his skull to see if he can get anything out of him. But to be honest, he is not very confident in the security system of the mental hospital. He always feels that if they can't take care of the prisoner, he will escape again. Of course, the problem is not big. Friday said that she could hack into the system of the 9th department, to monitor the prisoners around the clock, and also help Chu Cheng pay attention to the information obtained by the 9th Department from the prisoners. Even if the 9th Department really pulls Leng Ji out of the cell, he will only be rewarded with another experience. Later, the detained hostages also provided some clues. 5. Are you sure you counted correctly? The rescued Chen Miao sat beside the car of the Special Service 9 with a serious expression. She was still wearing handcuffs, because theoretically, she was still the insider who attacked the mothership. Although there might be doubts about this matter from the current situation, she still needed to be taken back to the mothership for further investigation. Yes, a total of 5 phantoms were found in the base facilities, all of whom have been killed or subdued. A young agent next to him said 4 of them were dealt with by Batman and his companions, and the remaining one was killed by the action team. At this point, the young agent's voice unconsciously became a little smaller, as if he felt a little embarrassed. After all, such a large group of people came out with great fanfare, and seeing the results of the battle, 4 of the 5 heads were others. It would be a bit embarrassing. But Chen Miao didn't care about this. She immediately couldn't sit still, and looked at Luo Yajin on the side. "One is missing," she said straight to the point. "One is missing what?" Luo Yajin was stunned. "There are 6 of them in total," Chen Miao said. "You only killed 5, and there is one who is not here. A shapeshifter. If you ask me, we worked well together today." Chu Cheng sank into the gaming chair and stretched. "Friday, what do you think?" "I think you performed very well, sir." Wu Mei smiled and said, "No, it's your support that is excellent. No, I think your operation and decisiveness are more important. No, it would definitely not work without your tactical planning and support." Chu Cheng felt strange now. Not only did he do a lot of things tonight, but he also used Captain America and Spider-Man successively, especially Spider-Man, who was a big blue bar burner, so Chu Cheng was in a weak state of being physically hollowed out, but he was still very energetic. It was the kind of subtle state where every cell in your body was telling you that it was time to sleep, but you just didn't want to leave the computer. Your physical condition is not at a good level. It is recommended that you go to bed and rest, sir. Friday continued to pay attention to the health of his master. "I'll play again in a while." Chu Cheng felt very excited. He wanted to drive the superhero around the city for a while, maybe change to Spider-Man and swing on a spider web to see if he could bump into another unlucky person before going to bed, and finally harvest a wave of experience. Excessive fatigue and exhaustion may lead to poor blood circulation, easily cause endocrine disorders, insomnia, forgetfulness, irritability, anxiety and other neurological problems, may indirectly cause high blood pressure and diabetes, or there is a probability of kidney deficiency, and affect normal fertility and endurance. Okay. Chu Cheng gave up. Friday smiled gently. "I'm just making suggestions out of consideration for your health. Of course, it is up to you to make the decision." Although he felt that he didn't have enough fun, he had to admit that Chu Cheng did think Friday's reminder was right. It is not good to play games all day and go to bed until you are exhausted. You should pay attention to moderation. Exit the game just when you reach the main interface. The familiar lightning-shaped special effect popped up again, which made Chu Cheng's eyes light up. Upgrade again. It seems that taking down multiple bosses in a row tonight should give a lot of experience. It feels that this upgrade has not been too long since the last time. By the way, during this period, Jiangdu F4 spent a lot of money to form a group to help him gain experience. They sent hundreds of people to him in one go, and even F4 themselves were sent to jail. That wave of experience contribution should not be ignored. Then the first thing that comes with the upgrade is, of course, the new skill lottery. Unexpectedly, with this system upgrade, even the skill lottery part has been revised. Chu Cheng glanced at the upgraded skill extraction instructions and his eyes widened instantly. The new skill extraction mechanism is unlocked. The new mechanism allows players to extract the skills of multiple heroes at the same time, and can obtain up to 5 different hero skills at a time. Chu Cheng. Chapter 128 Hero Dispatch. Chu Cheng. No, I read that right. You can draw 5 skills at a time. Is the game upgrade this time so powerful? Then if you get more experience and level up a few more times, wouldn't it be like signing in to get the magic skill and getting it to the full level in a few minutes? But after a closer look, although it is indeed powerful, it is not completely random. The new function description said that after the upgrade, you can only lock in a fixed hero to draw a skill once each time, and the remaining 4 shots are equivalent to additional rewards. You can't draw whatever you want for these 4 shots, and the system will draw them completely randomly from the heroes that the player already has. In other words, there is still only one chance, which is the same as before the upgrade, which is equivalent to giving away the remaining 4 shots for free. But there is a high probability that you will get heroes and skills of unknown meaning when you get them for free, so players still have to be mentally prepared. This made Chu Cheng calm down a little. No matter what, it is still profitable. After all, getting them for free makes people happy. If you get some high-end skills, it will be a big profit, and if you get something useless, it will not be a loss anyway. If you get a pit, the worst that can happen is that you don't equip it. As the saying goes, more skills are better than less, so it's always a good idea to store them in the warehouse first. Even if some seemingly meaningless abilities may turn around one day under certain circumstances, they can turn people into big shots in a flash. For example, talking to fish. Although the scene of commanding the 7 seas in the Aquaman movie is very cool, he will laugh for a whole year when he sees the scene in the Zengian theatrical version, where Batman asks Aquaman to release a fish to get information. There is no need to hesitate about the first choice hero. Now, whether considering the quality of heroes or the strength of skills, Chu Cheng will definitely choose the big guy in his current hero pool, Spider-Man. With more than 20 tons of arm strength, command reading reflexes, and monster-like panels all over his body, any one of the long list of abilities will take off. Without hesitation, he locked Spider-Man as the first choice character and started the 5-pull combo directly. Accompanied by a series of exciting special effects like fireworks, a series of brand new skills were delivered on the spot. Chu Cheng suppressed his excitement and nervousness and couldn't wait to click to view the details. The first one is vehicle riding. It comes from the skill of the hero huntress he first drew. She is very proficient in all kinds of vehicles, mainly motorcycles. It is a must-have skill for the protagonists of various action movies and common car chases. However, it is not very useful for otakus who don't even have a car and never leave their homes. If you must say it may be useful. Chu Cheng subconsciously glanced at Friday beside him. The AI girl was also tilting her head, looking at him with a gentle and virtuous look. Ahem, let's talk about it later. In short, the first one is a little unclear, but it's not a big problem. Chu Cheng continued to check the second skill, and his eyes lit up immediately. Fighting expertise, Badger only. Description: Cassandra Cain has received inhuman level cruel special training from her father since she was a child. At the cost of sacrificing her language ability, she has mastered the unique ultimate fighting skills in the DC universe. This set of skills allows the wearer to anticipate the enemy's moves and break all the moves and techniques in the world. It is a unique skill recognized by even the first martial artist Lady Shiva. This harvest is still quite a surprise. Chu Cheng has been envious of Cassandra's fighting skills since she was released, but he didn't want to because the chance to draw was precious. Some people think that martial arts are useless in the American comics, where there are gods everywhere. This view is both right and wrong. Because if you are just an ordinary person without equipment or cheats, no matter how good your martial arts are, you can't beat superhumans. But if everyone is a cheater, skills are very important when the strength difference is not that big. When the level gap is too big, the panel is indeed the hard truth, which is why Superman is basically invincible. But as long as the panel gap is narrowed to a level that is enough to break the defense and cut the health bar, then martial arts can really cross the realm and kill monsters. This is why Chu, the old Cassandra, is boasting. That is, poor Cassandra's popularity ranks too low in the circle where big guys gather, and there are too few cheats. Otherwise, based on her gold content of the DC fighting ceiling, if the master gives her a set of Hellbat armor one day, then the Bat Lali will also be super god. The guaranteed shot from Spider-Man also made him quite satisfied. This wave directly hit the soul with a spider sense. As long as this thing is equipped, Chu Cheng can basically say goodbye to the worry of being ganked by the old silver coin. As long as this thing is turned on, it is a command reading early warning radar, which makes the sense of security burst. In addition, the spider sense skill also comes with Spider-Man's reflex nerves, which will speed up the thinking of the wearer in an emergency, and enter a state similar to bullet time. In this state, even the trajectory of rifle bullets is clearly visible to the wearer, which can be called a cheating perspective. Captain America's strength plus spider sense, combined with Cassandra's skills, this combination makes Chu Cheng almost invincible in close combat. The fourth shot, from the unique cooking skills of Green Arrow. This includes the famous Green Arrow brand spicy beef stew in the Justice League, which once made all the members of the Justice League both afraid and loved. Chu Cheng. Okay, the image ambassador of Green Arrow gum in DC, expand the business development of beef stew, which is also reasonable, right? Putting aside the meaningless skills, he continued to check the last skill. Super self-healing ability, only for Moonlight Knight. Introduction. The protection of the moon god Kangsu has endowed Moonlight Knight with many abilities, including super self-healing ability, which allows the wearer to quickly heal from most injuries in a very short time. Chu Cheng. The last shot was definitely an unexpected surprise. Moonlight Knight's self-healing ability is also quite powerful. Gunshot wounds can be restored to their original state in the blink of an eye. The self-healing of ordinary infected people and special people is far from comparable. With enough divine power, Kangsu can even heal a dying person. It is more powerful than Wolverine, and literally immortal. Of course, conventional abilities are definitely not at that level, so if you can, it is better not to try beheading. But anyway, this is also a very powerful life-saving skill. In general, this first 5-shot draw is still quite surprising. It is definitely a qualitative improvement for Chu Cheng's personal ability so far, and he is one step closer to his goal of becoming a god. In addition, this upgrade also unlocks another new function. Hero Dispatch function. This function allows players to temporarily leave the team and go offline after controlling a hero to arrive in a certain area. After that, the hero will temporarily become unselectable in the hero list. However, when the lock is unlocked and the hero is selected to go online again, the hero will go online again from the location where he last left the team. Chu Cheng explored it with Friday's explanation and quickly understood the use of this function. That is to say, every time he operated a hero to fight, he would still be at the place where he went offline the next time he logged in, even if he changed the hero. But with this function, he can temporarily kick a hero out of the team and leave him at the offline location, and then use other heroes to continue the action elsewhere. This is equivalent to inserting a ward at a specific location. For example, he can go to any other city and leave a hero there offline. In this way, if an emergency occurs in that city from now on, he will no longer have to travel thousands of miles from Jiangdu to operate a hero to support, and can directly choose the hero who was sent to that city to wait online. At this point, Chu Cheng's mind quickly and naturally emerged a blueprint for the future. So if he has enough heroes, and then all cities in all regions of the world send a dozen superheroes to station locally, then wouldn't he be considered a little boiled egg with all powerful hands and eyes? The updated function made him feel less sleepy, and he couldn't help but want to experiment immediately. He had thought before that it was not good for all the superheroes to gather in one city. Although Marvel Next Door also has 3,000 superheroes gathering to torture the New York people, it is always easy to cause doubts over time. However, even if Chu Cheng wanted to expand his business scope before, he was powerless, because although his heroes have the ability to travel long distances, the distance to other places is still a bit far. If all his heroes are sent to other places, the base camp will be unattended. If there is an emergency at Crystal, won't it be necessary to send it? At this time, instead of relying on the cooks in the lunatic asylum to act as a high tower to deal with output, it is better to hang a bat lamp in the sky to play the empty city plan. Perhaps the villain would be so scared when he saw the signal of the great summoning that he would run away in a salute to Sima Yi, and while running he would say complacently that he had seen through the old Bat's schemes and that Batman was no match for him. Due to the above considerations, the expansion of territory has never been put on the agenda, but now it is different. With this new function, he can borrow the Master's Bat Fighter to go to other major cities for a stroll and drop 1 or 2 heroes that he doesn't usually use in each city. This will make it convenient for him to keep abreast of the trends of cities outside Jiangdu at any time, which is equivalent to putting eyes in every city. Second, when there is an experience pack refresh outside Jiangdu, he can immediately log in and operate the local stationed heroes to deal with emergencies. Third, since the launch of this game, he has been torturing the local gangsters in the novice village of Jiangdu all day long and has been fleecing them like an ancient one wizard, and there is almost no more wool to be fleeced. Now the Jiangdu gangsters have entered a state of almost giving up. Since the last time the Jiangdu F4 organization's siege operation was violently cracked by Spider-Man in a way that shattered their 3 views, the entire underground world has suffered a devastating blow. Now the big guys below have either fled, or have been imprisoned, or have entered a paralyzed state where such a large organization dares not even collect protection fees. A series of interest chains related to the underworld have been affected, and many areas of the city have been hit hard. Although he can still find sandbags to beat in Jiangdu for the time being, it is estimated that it will not last long. According to this trend, the entire city's underworld will have to retire, and the leaks will soon be harvested by him. At this critical juncture, it is also necessary to change the map to find a new wave of leaks to harvest. Therefore, the unlocking of this function makes Chu Cheng feel that the gamma play of the entire game has become richer. It feels a bit like playing a traditional RPG game to light up a new map, and a bit like a strategy game of Siege. Jiangdu is his initial city. Now after this period of development and battles, Jiangdu has been completely occupied, and the bat flag has been raised. Now he was ready to expand his territory and look for the next territory waiting to be lit up. If this continued, sooner or later, every city on the Earth star would be occupied, and the territory would be full of heroes. At that time, Jiangdu would be set as the headquarters, and an Avengers Tower would be built in the center of Jiangdu, with the letter R on it. After that, a watchtower would be installed in the Earth star's near-Earth orbit and a letter JL would be written on it, giving a signal to all Evildoers, indicating that the Earth star has been protected by us. If anyone wants to make trouble, it is recommended to weigh whether they are stubborn or Superman's fist is stronger. However, just when he was in the mood to send a superhero to other cities to try, Friday next to him spoke again. It's 2:40 in the morning now. I strongly suggest that you need sleep. Okay. Under the repeated urging of the caring secretary Wu Mei, Chu Cheng finally suppressed the desire to try and turned off the phone. If he didn't go offline, she would definitely say that he had kidney deficiency again. It is well known that you can scold a man with anything, but you can't say that he is not good enough. In order to conserve his energy and keep himself in good shape, Chu Cheng decided to stop here for today. Friday, set an alarm. Chu Cheng thought for a while. Let's set it for 10:30. Make sure to wake me up at that time. As a patient with deep dependence on the quilt in the morning, Chu Cheng knew that waking himself up was a huge project and a challenge for ordinary alarm clocks. He hoped that the fifth sister, who was super intelligent and a top housekeeper, could take on this important task. Okay, sir. Friday smiled. At this time, Chu Cheng did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Chu Cheng slept well, and slept comfortably until 10:30 the next day. Friday was indeed punctual. The moment the minute hand of the clock touched the number 30 on the dial, she came to the room on time. The first move of the waking up manual is the curtain pulling method. This move can mobilize the power of heaven and earth, and the light power of the strongest yang to strike the whole screen. Unfortunately, this move has limited effect on patients with late-stage dependence on the quilt. Chu muttered vaguely, turned over and continued. Friday is still producing. The second method of waking up is to sing loudly. Friday turned up the volume, and soon the melodious singing filled the whole room. The sound of pleasant goat and beautiful goat made Chu Cheng and the quilt shudder all over, and wake up half of it in an instant. No, how can there be this in the other world? Not really. Turn it off. Friday. Chu Cheng covered his ears with the quilt. I'm awake. Friday smiled sweetly. You said you must make sure you get up, sir. Chu Cheng. Well, this trick is indeed effective, and it does have an effect, but it is not a fatal blow. Chu is too lazy. Although it is a bit difficult to bear, he can still keep lying with the quilt covering his ears. So Friday used his trump card. I have connected an 8000 volt electric shock device under your bed. If you don't get up within the next 5 seconds, I will have to start the power supply to fulfill my mission. Now it's the countdown. 5, 4, stop, 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 I'm up. Chu Cheng instantly launched himself and sat up like a spring, and his sleepiness instantly disappeared. Good morning, sir. Friday still had a sweet secretary-like smile on his face. His hands were elegantly crossed in front of him, and he bowed slightly like a salute. Breakfast is ready. Electric shock device? Chu Cheng's face was dark. Oh, about that. The girl showed a slightly naughty and cute smile. I lied to you. Chu Cheng. Good guy. The little secretary needs to be disciplined, right? But I have to say that this time it is indeed very effective. Chu Cheng is now completely sleepy and has no interest in continuing to sleep. So from the result, Friday did complete the task given to her beautifully. Okay, turn off the music, I'm up. Chu Cheng rubbed his eyes. The pleasant goat echoing in the room made him feel a little sick. Friday obediently followed his instructions to turn off the music and turned around and left the room as if nothing had happened. But she paused before leaving, suddenly turned her head to look at him and smiled meaningfully. Very manly, sir. After that, she closed the door and went out. Chu Cheng. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. Trying to fit into the segment. Friday's breakfast was still awesome. Although it wasn't something special, it was just a simple pancake made with the most common ingredients. 2 eggs, a ham, shredded carrots, and evenly mixed dried shrimp, and chopped green onions. The skin was fried to a golden yellow, and both the appearance and the smell made people salivate. Although there is a saying that the ham is delivered in, and the egg is often knocking on the door outside, many diners may prefer to add more ham sausage to the pancake, because it feels closer to meat than eggs. But Chu Cheng personally prefers eggs, especially the egg batter spread on the pancake, which makes the whole pancake soaked in the rich egg aroma. The choice of ingredients and the preparation of seasonings are still almost completely customized according to his personal taste buds, and every bite is full of the taste of happiness. I referred to the Rauji ammo that you ordered 13 times at Chenji Laomian and the many short rolls at the window on the 3rd floor of the school cafeteria, and made some other adjustments based on your taste. If you are dissatisfied or think there is room for improvement, you can tell me and I will improve and adjust the recipe next time. No, it's very good. Chu Cheng said vaguely with his mouth filled with the aroma of ham and sauce. Although it is indeed just ordinary ingredients, the taste is really in his heart. If possible, he would like to give Friday's after-sales service a 4-star rating. As for why he left 1 star, don't ask. Asking is raising a poison. If it is as people often say, to keep a man, you must first keep his stomach, then Chu Cheng feels that he may soon be eaten by Wu Mei in 1 step. In comparison, Chenji's Rauji ammo pales in comparison. Next time he leaves a message to the merchant, he even wants to say, "Thank you brother, my dog ate your cake and made me an enhanced version overnight, and it tastes great." Chu Cheng swiped his phone while eating and opened the exclusive app of the Madhouse. Tang Li also replied to his message. Tang Li was his direct superior in the Madhouse, and he assigned him some paperwork. Of course, for a part-time transparent person who was still in college, no one trusted him to do the real key work, so Chu Cheng received basically some insignificant miscellaneous documents. Originally, Chu Cheng wanted to simply check the quality of Friday's work, so he took the file and checked it carefully. However, after a careful check for more than 10 seconds, and after seeing those complicated forms and dense texts, he closed it decisively and then nodded to Friday with approval, saying that he did a good job and would leave it to him in the future. Wu Mei was much more reliable than he was, so he just glanced at it and confirmed that it was what the superiors wanted and didn't accidentally send the wrong study materials. As a result, he never expected that just one day after sending the results, Tang Li would reply to the message and praise his work. It seemed that she originally thought that Chu Cheng would need another week to finish the workload, but she didn't expect that he would finish it so quickly, and he did it quickly and well, just like a quick shooter. This made her look at Chu Cheng with new eyes, and she felt that he had a talent for materials. Chu Cheng guessed that this girl might be a leader for the first time. She spoke politely and sometimes even seemed a little restrained, without any of the airs that a leader should have. It was quite pleasant to deal with such a young, beautiful, and kind leader. But the other party's high evaluation still surprised Chu Cheng a little. Adhering to the principle that the more active you are in doing things, the more leaders will like you. Although the fifth sister had helped him to complete the task a long time ago, he deliberately delayed it for a while before submitting it, but he didn't expect that it was still higher than the leader's initial expectations. After reflection, Chu Cheng felt that he was still a little too active. Next time, he must delay it until the deadline before submitting it, and it would be better to let Friday lower the quality and lower the standards. As the saying goes, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Although his current position and job in the lunatic asylum are infinitely close to marginal lob, even in this position he still prefers to be transparent, do a little bit of work if he can, and try not to stand out too much. It feels a bit like you want to get an average score on the exam under the premise of knowing the standard answer. For a cheater, it takes a lot of effort to perfectly blend into the low score segment and pretend to be an ordinary person. Seiki Kusuo praised it. In short, as a newcomer's first job, the leader seems to be very comfortable and satisfied. It's just that he is too fast and the girl is not mentally prepared. The affairs at hand have been assigned, and there is nothing for him to do for the time being. Tang Li said that he will assign him a new task in a few days, and he can dawdle before that. If he has any problems in life during this period, he can also contact her. For example, as a student working part-time, if there is a conflict between his work tasks and his studies, he can tell her. Chu Cheng originally thought that this was just a routine courtesy, but when he heard this, his eyes lit up, and he thought that the lunatic asylum might really be able to help. I still remember that the exam bosses were refreshed on a large scale near the end of last semester. Chu, who had been playing games and editing videos for a semester, was very nervous when the exam approached. He dozed off in the library from morning to night. He was hunted by his instructor for a month because he was too bad at doing a course project. Although he managed to defeat the exam monster with a little blood in the end, his mentality was a little broken. This year, it goes without saying that playing games to upgrade and become stronger has basically become his main job. He is a man who is determined to upgrade the system to the highest level as soon as possible. When he goes to class to slack off, his mana bar is basically empty, and he has to wait for his physical strength to recover and adjust in the middle of the class. This year, it is impossible to cram for the course project like before. Originally, he thought that he could rely on his fifth sister to cheat and play as an assistant to fool around, but now it seems that his leader can help him deal with it. If this is possible, it would be even better. He can pass the exam monster without any damage under the banner of the lunatic asylum, and then leave all the work of the lunatic asylum to his fifth sister, and he can focus on gaining experience and leveling up, and the plan will be implemented. With the account level being upgraded again last night, Chu Cheng could clearly feel that his physical fitness has become stronger. Now he basically won't be overworked when driving ordinary heroes including Batman out for fun. Basically, his body will be exhausted only when he uses powerful superheroes for fierce battles. At breakfast, the fifth sister scratched her hand and a floating screen appeared out of thin air, which listed a series of lists. Sir, I noticed that you often use tonic drugs to speed up recovery. But considering the effectiveness and side effects, these drugs are not as good as some pure natural supplements. I have customized a recipe for recommended supplements for you. Please take a look and see if you are interested. You also designed this? Chu Cheng was a little surprised, but thinking that there is a saying that medicine is 3-point poison, it would not be bad if the formula could be improved. So he continued to eat while scanning the list on the floating screen. Of course, it is also my important mission to ensure your health, sir, Friday said. So Chu Cheng glanced at it and only frowned slightly. I don't know if it's an illusion. He always feels that these supplements seem to be something like whips, which makes people wonder what these things are replenishing. But looking up at the gentle and virtuous smile of the fifth sister and her innocent big eyes, one can't help but feel that he might have thought too much. What bad intentions could the fifth sister have? It doesn't look cheap. Yes, but I think you are not short of money. Friday smiled. Chu Cheng thought about it and realized that it was true. He never left the house and stayed at home all day with such a high salary. If he was short of money, he really was not short of money. Okay, then you pick it out and show it to me. I will place an order if I think it is suitable. Okay, sir. Chu Cheng finished breakfast, wiped his mouth and stood up. Friday cleaned up the tableau and asked, I checked your schedule, and it seems that you have a class scheduled in the afternoon. Are you going to go, sir? Class? Of course not. Chu Cheng smiled. Now his mind is full of the points he got last night and the new features he unlocked. Then it is naturally time to draw prizes in the No Insider card pool. After passing it, it is time to expand the territory and light up the new map. Chapter 130 New Characters and Armor. Chu Cheng has been thinking about the new features he just unlocked since last night, and he has no intention of going to class now. He still sent a message on his phone to ask his good brother Wei Fu Tang to sign in for him, and then he turned on the phone and started it to continue with the progress of yesterday. Since he realized the nature of this B-level card pool last time, Chu Cheng has begun to feel that this thing is full of insiders. And then this wave of draws is as expected, and it is another series of strange scraps with unknown meanings. Although it is good to say goodbye to those annoying thank you for participating in the B-level card pool, it can't help but increase the number of strange things. If it is just some useless equipment like wrist guards and eye masks, it would be fine. But as the draw progresses, even the original flavor of superheroes pops up, which makes people doubt the composition of this thing. But fortunately, it is not always bad, and the delivery rate feels low, but the quality of heroes has indeed improved as the pool level has been upgraded. The first person to jump out of the pool in this round of lottery is Captain America's good friend, Bucky Barnes, codenamed Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier is also a product of the Super Soldier Serum like Captain America, but he was brainwashed by Hydra for a long time and turned evil until the modern era, before he was whitened and returned to the hero camp. He is proficient in the application of various weapons, has the most first-class fighting skills, and has a powerful modified mechanical prosthesis. In the later period of the MCU, his arm was replaced with vibranium material in Wakanda, but I don't know if his new arm was stolen by someone or something else. It always falls off. I thought this wave of version updates was a strengthening patch in the direction of Robocop, but who knew it was a version rollback, making people only have one arm to cosplay the Condor hero all day long. It is useful to say that it is useful. After all, he is a super soldier with a powered mechanical arm. But Chu Cheng didn't expect that he was actually drawn from the B-level pool, because theoretically, Captain America's data is similar to his, but he is a C-level pool character. It may be that the strength of heroes in different stages and states is inherently erratic. Perhaps Captain America in the C-level pool is a rookie who just started out at the beginning of the war, while the Winter Soldier ship this time may be an old hand who has already joined the Avengers, and their experience accumulation and skills are not at the same level. After continuing to release some items with unique styles in the 6th round, the 7th round released a weapon, the Silver Lung's Ward of Blade. It is well known that Blade is an expert in ganking vampires, so his weapons are naturally tailor-made for vampires. So this thing may be the best sword in the village for ordinary people, and there is nothing special, except that it is a little harder. But if it is facing vampires, it will immediately become a happy sword for vampires, and its special attack against ghosts is comparable to the Ripple Run. Even if the vampire is scratched a little, even the ashes of the vampire can be scattered. But considering that it is not yet known whether there are vampires on the Earth Star, this thing may be a divine weapon, or it may be a dragon-slaying sword of a come and chop me if you are a brother. Whether it is useful or not is still to be discussed, so it is temporarily shelved. Hero points continued to be consumed, and after a few shots, there was another burst of shining special effects of heroes being shipped. Chu Cheng looked carefully and was stunned when he saw the new hero being shipped. Batman. After a moment of daze, he soon realized that this was the upgraded version of Batman in the B-level pool. He immediately logged into the game and selected Batman, and entered the Batcave to confirm it. Sure enough, there were more equipment options in the arsenal, more tanks and vehicles of different versions and models, and many different models of Batsuits in the suit display cabinet. There were regular suits of various versions in history, the enhanced armor of the Master in Arkham Knight, and some exoskeleton armor that he had used once or twice in the original work. Of course, there was no armor as powerful as the Hellbat, and most of them were relatively conventional models. Either they were designed to target specific supercriminals or to deal with special situations, such as cold-resistant armor, high-temperature resistant armor, anti-poison ivy armor with weeding equipment all over the body, and solidified armor specially used for mud faces, etc. This type of representative armor is generally not versatile, and cannot be applied in all situations, but if you happen to catch an opponent with specific abilities, it will be a lot of fun. Then the next batch of shipments was even more surprising. Iron Man's briefcase-shaped portable armor, Mark V. When this thing jumped out on the screen with a burst of gorgeous special effects, Chu Cheng almost jumped out of his chair. It is said that men's romance is mecha, and seeing this thing is even more exciting than when more than 3,600 wives were shipped in the Krypton Guild mobile game. Mark V, a portable armor that appeared in Iron Man 2. At that time, Stark did not have those black technology armors that could fly around and assemble automatically, or were simply a ball of nanomaterials that could be worn on the body at any time. Mark V was his best option for emergency situations when he was out. So for the sake of portability, the performance and defense of this set of armor were castrated compared to conventional armor. The only weapon it is equipped with is the repulsive pulse cannon on the palm, and its flight ability is only designed for emergency escape from dangerous situations. Its defense can withstand conventional single soldier weapons, but it has only a single layer design, and cannot withstand heavy firepower like other models. But no matter what, this is the first set of exoskeleton armor that Chu Cheng has seen in his two lives. Although it is small, it has all the necessary parts. Even if it is an extremely simplified version, it is still a complete set of Iron Man armor, which is far beyond the reach of modern human armor technology. Chu Cheng tried to unfold the armor and assemble it in the house, and the effect was almost exactly the same as in the movie. The suitcase is deformed and assembled, and the metal parts are fitted to the wearer's body in their positions. The core part is like a long metal braid, like countless buttons buckled along the silver braid. The assembly and deployment process is very handsome, but the disadvantage is also obvious. That is, compared with the subsequent versions of Iron Man armor, its deployment is too slow. The assembly time is more than 10 seconds, and the user cannot move during the assembly period, and there is no time to transform into invincibility. During this period, he was basically a living target. Even those human outline master type minions in the movie could be shot into sieves. So even if it is a portable emergency armor, it is obviously not a good idea to change and dress in front of others. It seems that seeing that Chu Cheng is very fond of this equipment, Friday intimately offered to help him block all nearby signals so that he can drive this thing out for a few laps in the signal blind area and experience the thrill of flying in person. This proposal made Chu Cheng very excited, but he refused without hesitation. Although the Iron Man armor is very handsome, he also wants to wear it out for a stroll, but this cannot change his basic policy. In short, his basic strategy is still the same word, hide. All the troublemaking work is done by the remote control hero character. Anyway, he will stay at home until he reaches the maximum level. It's not that he doesn't trust Friday and thinks she can't guarantee safety, but anyway, there is still a risk in driving the armor out by himself. Instead of taking risks, just to go out and have fun, he still chooses to be safe and continue to be his fountain commander. So even though he was a little itchy, he only tried it on in the living room, then took off the armor and folded it back into the suitcase, stuffing it back into his backpack to be used in case of any emergency. Finally, the last few shots before the points were exhausted again were pulled, and another wave of brilliant light effects representing the hero's delivery. A hero in a white tights, with a curvaceous petite figure wrapped in a black and white tights. She wore a white mask, the same big movable eyes as Spider-Man, and a cute hood on the back. Spider-Gwen. Gwen Stacy, in the main world, was Spider-Man's dead girlfriend, but in the parallel world, Gwen was bitten by a radioactive spider and turned into Spider-Woman. She has basically the same superpowers as Spider-Man, in short, a female version of Spider-Man. Although the abilities are exactly the same and the positioning is repeated, a hero of Spider-Man's strength is the ceiling for single soldier combat in his current team, so one more is not too much. Besides, although Gwen looks like a little girl who hasn't grown up yet, her figure and curves are still quite pleasing to the eye. The tights that fit her body have a bit of a rubber suit point-avy flavor. Not only is she powerful, but she is also pleasing to the eye, which is quite good. Then Chu Cheng suddenly thought that there are only a few heroes in this B-level pool so far, but 2 Spider-Men have already been released. 2 may not be too many, but what if there are 3, or 4, 5 or even more? As one of Marvel's most popular heroes, there are really countless derivative stories of the little bug over the years. Not only does he have almost a dozen Spider-Man clones, but he also has various derivative versions like Spider-Gwen in various parallel universes. Among them, a large number of Spider-Men not only have the same strength, but it is estimated that all of them are almost within the range of the strength of B-level teleportation array heroes. At this time, Chu Cheng began to realize the seriousness of the problem. I'm not going to poke the spider's nest, am I? When chapter 127 was just released yesterday, it was blocked, and it has been unblocked. I've never had this kind of thing happen to me before this book. I feel like I've been targeted by the river crab god. Chapter 131. What is a true master? Hu Cheng. This is a city that is similar to Jiang in some ways, but completely different in some ways. For the people living in this city, it is also unpredictable and unpredictable. Just as there are 1,000 hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 readers, if someone randomly selects 1,000 people from the streets of Hu Cheng and asks them what they see in the city, the answers may also be different. Hu Cheng is a quagmire. People will not notice it at first, just like frogs in warm water. However, when they come to their senses, they are often deeply trapped in it and cannot extricate themselves. Even if they try their best, they cannot get rid of the curse left by this city. Hu Cheng is a cannibal. Some people work diligently, not seeking fame and success but avoiding trouble. But this city will not let anyone go easily. It chooses people to devour, eats them up, and looks well dressed, like a gentleman with elegant manners. Hu Cheng is a city full of gold and opportunities. For some people, it is. For example, Freddie Whiteman, a member of the killer organization Black Sun. The helicopter landed on the empty apron, as if riding a hurricane. Freddie walked out along the gangway, the hem of his windbreaker undulating like a cape in the hurricane, stirred up by the propeller. He took out the ringing mobile phone from the inner pocket of his jacket and clicked the answer button. "It's me, Venom B," he said in a relaxed tone. "Yes, I'm in Hu Cheng. Just got off the plane. As agreed in advance, the deposit of 40 million will be paid after the rest of the matter is completed. Don't worry, sir, you can fully trust the credibility of our Black Sunday." After he finished speaking, he waited for only a few seconds, then picked up the phone and looked at the screen to confirm the receipt of the message. The corners of his mouth twitched. This is why he and his colleagues love Hu Cheng. For those of them who create wealth by taking lives, this is the best choice. There are the most generous sponsors here, and every year it provides the most orders to the industry. This is Hu Cheng. People die every day. What's more terrifying is that people are used to it. Freddy was very satisfied with his employer's efficiency. "Don't worry, sir, you just ordered the most reliable service on the planet. I assure you, he is already dead." When he hung up the phone, the helicopter engine had just stopped. Another man walked out of the cabin, with a strong body, and his suit and lining could not hide the exaggerated muscles underneath. The strong man's name is Hager, Freddy's partner and younger brother. Land at 5:30, complete the task before 8 o'clock, and leave the city before 8:30, because there are other jobs to do in the evening. Their schedule is very full. "Relax, Hager, this will be a very easy task," Freddy said casually as he walked. "That's why I keep telling you that this city is great, because you rarely get such a good value for money in other places. At this point, his pupils shrank, and his whole body almost instinctively turned to the side. The black dart passed by the side of his cheek with a sound of breaking through the air, leaving a shallow blood mark on his face. A bat-shaped dart. It flew past Freddy's cheek and nailed to the outside of the helicopter cabin behind him. Freddy quickly locked his sight on the direction of the dart and saw the guy who dared to attack them. A girl. The reason why she was called a girl was actually because of her thin body and her slightly immature body shape. She was wrapped tightly in a black uniform, and her small head was stuffed into a bat headgear with pointed ears. There was a golden bat painted on her chest, and her cape was flying behind her with the airwaves on the tarmac. Freddy narrowed his eyes and looked at this special uninvited guest carefully. A bat. As a member of the world's top killer organization Black Sun, Freddy naturally heard about this recent trend. It seems that the trend started by a group of cross-dressing lunatics in Jiangdu. Recently, many cities have begun to appear similar freaks. A group of people wearing masks or capes, dressed like Halloween, thinking they were chivalrous and bringing order, but they were just some clowns. The killers of Black Sun have always been disdainful of these lunatics. They believe that there may be some relatively capable fighters among those masked guys, but that's all. Those freaks can only fight among those unorganized and unskilled minions on the streets. But they are different. They are the world's top killers, real professionals. Freddy boasted in the organization last week that those lunatics dressed like insects and animals had better not meet him, otherwise he would definitely make those guys regret being born in this life. Unexpectedly, he just finished saying this and actually ran into them today. TSK, it's a little girl. Freddy snorted indifferently, as if he felt a little bored. He felt that he saw through the other party's background at a glance. A little girl who had learned some martial arts in the youth palace. Maybe she did have some talent. Started to get arrogant after winning a few youth fighting awards. Then she was influenced by some crazy people in strange clothes in the news, and she wore such a strange outfit and ran to the streets without knowing her own limits, getting involved in things far beyond her ability. They really should restrict young people from going online. Look at what they have become, poisoned by the current internet. Freddy muttered, crossed his arms, and did not intend to fight. She is yours, Hag. The strong man named Hag stretched out his 10 fingers, and his knuckles cracked. You are lucky. I don't like to hit little girls. Hag said coldly with a face full of flesh. So you still have time to run now. But it is obvious that he has not realized the seriousness of the problem at this time. The little girl standing in front of them at this moment is named Cassandra Cain, the third generation bad girl, the top fighter from a world full of masters. She didn't even take a fighting stance, but only stuck out a hand from her small cape and made a seductive gesture to the other party, as if to provoke. Hager felt insulted. Okay, you asked for it. Hager took a stance, strode forward, and punched Bad Gerald. Although his attitude was contemptuous, his moves were not vague at all. His footwork, standing guard, and attack movements were all professional level. In terms of basic skills alone, even the top boxers in the arena could not do better. He was born with great strength and was good at perfectly integrating his physical abilities into his moves. In his early years, he was cruel and had smashed the enemy's head with his bare hands many times. He was also a representative of the tough flow in the assassin industry and was once dubbed the Copper Hammer Hand. It was not until he was saved by Freddy when he was on the verge of death during a mission that he was willing to become Freddy the Venom Bee's younger brother and had been working with him for many years. It was only after becoming a younger brother that Hager clearly realized that he was more suitable to be a thug than a killer himself. His other qualities as a killer were very average, except for his natural strength and his extraordinary talent in boxing. If he had not been born with no choice, he might have chosen to compete for the glory of martial arts master in the ring instead of doing shameful work. Freddy crossed his arms and stood aside with a playful look on his face. Hager might be just an upper middle level killer, but as a thug, he was definitely a rare and powerful general. There were very few people in the organization who could beat him. He didn't know who this crazy girl dressed as a bat was, but he didn't intend to kill her. Hager would teach her a lesson. Tell this ignorant little brat where the gap between her and the real masters was, and tell her how the mediocre kung fu she learned in the youth palace was not worth mentioning in front of the top strongman. In this way, she would realize that this crazy and willful behavior would only kill herself, and she might honestly put away her ridiculous outfit and her second year thoughts and go back to study. Bang. Just like a speeding truck being slammed on the brakes, Hage's momentum stopped abruptly. He was hit hard on the right cheek, and his mouth was twisted under the huge impact, and a mouthful of blood and a broken tooth flew out. Batgirl stood there calmly, only sticking out one arm from under her cloak, maintaining a casual and overly punching posture, almost mocking. Freddy? No, what just happened? Chapter 130 to the so-called Grandmaster. After being punched, Hage's head was buzzing. He spat out blood and his mind was full of questions. Even Freddy, who was watching nearby, was confused. He saw the process clearly, but he couldn't understand it. In his opinion, Hage didn't make any mistakes. There were no big loopholes in his footwork and punches. Even if it was a first-class master's fight, this start was just remarkable. On the other hand, the little girl dressed like a bat on the opposite side didn't hold the frame or stand in a proper fighting posture. Standing there, she looked not only amateurish, but also a little lazy. Freddy also saw her punching movements clearly, but he couldn't understand them. There was no moves or skills to speak of. She just punched straight out. There was no power chain, no rotation, and even no footwork coordination. Even the cuckold punch in street fights seemed more professional in comparison. Hege couldn't believe that he was hit by such a punch. He didn't believe it, and immediately stood still to recover his posture, turned around and punched out. He threw a right punch, but before he threw it, he faked it with his left hand. Most people would be unable to stop their instinct to dodge when they saw a fake move, and only then would a full strength follow-up move follow. And even if this move was avoided, Hage still had at least 3 more deadly moves, each of which was more deadly than the previous one. He was very skilled in boxing, and once he got into his rhythm, even the best of the best would be in danger. Coupled with his natural strong punching power, he only needed to hit his opponent once to knock him out instantly. However, the fact was that the opponent was not fooled by his fake move, and he didn't even try to dodge. Batgirl took a step towards him and took the initiative to put her body within arm's reach, almost looking like she was hitting his fist with her head. Then there was another straight punch without any fancy moves. It was a completely straight line, but it almost perfectly caught the flaws in Hage's movements. The action was simple and rough, and it even looked like they were going to fight to the death. But the fact was that the girl was the last to strike and hit Hage's throat with a punch, while Hage's swinging punch was only halfway through. This punch made Hage's strength suddenly dissipate, and his eyes were distorted. He stumbled back 2 steps, holding his throat, and the girl immediately turned around, and her long legs wrapped in a tight uniform with beautiful curves kicked the other side face. Hage's body tilted, fell to the ground, and there was no movement. Freddy was stunned. Just like this, in just 3 or 5 seconds, Hage was killed in seconds by such a little girl in strange clothes. At this time, the little girl had already walked in front of him. She still stretched out a little hand from under the cloak and hooked her palm, as if to say, "It's your turn." TSK, Hager, is he still asleep? Freddy groaned and took 2 steps slowly. But if you think I can be easily dismissed like this. He was only halfway through his words when he suddenly moved, and a flying knife was thrown out with his arm. This was extremely concealed, and he deliberately did it in the middle of a sentence in order to catch him off guard and make it difficult for him to react. Freddy is not a fool. He pretended to be relaxed and contemptuous on his face, but in fact, he just wanted to trick the other party into letting down his guard. But deep down, he actually knew that there were probably only a handful of guys in the world who could knock down Black within 3 to 5 seconds, except for those mutated infected freaks. So although he didn't know where this little Batgirl came from, he had completely lost his contemptuous attitude. Freddy is a good fighting master, but his profession is not a boxer. He is a killer, and what he is best at is taking people's lives. No matter what means or methods he uses, as long as he can win and kill the enemy, it's fine. Unfortunately, his little deceptive tricks are meaningless in front of others, because behind the Batgirl, on Chu Cheng's screen, he didn't pay attention to what this guy said at all. All he saw was a flash of the counterattack icon on the screen, so he just clicked the right button of his mouse without any surprise. Batgirl stretched out her arm and caught the knife from the opposite side, then threw it back, and the knife flew back in a straight line. Freddy himself dodged awkwardly and was almost hit by his own knife. This made him gasp even more. If you say that the girl was alert enough and ignored his little trick and dodged it, then let's say she reacted quickly enough. But what kind of operation is it to catch the knife and throw it back? How about this martial arts movie? The next second, Batgirl had already rushed in front of him. Freddy's pupils shrank, and the dagger stabbed her in the face. He was called the Poisonous Bee, and he was a master in the use of flying knives and daggers. The subsequent variations contained in this stab had exhausted all his life's learning, and he integrated the essence of various schools of sword fighting. Batgirl reached out, and the thin arm wrapped in armor climbed up along his arm like a flexible snake. Before Freddy realized what was happening, his arm was grabbed. With a crisp sound, his entire arm was dislocated, and the dagger fell to the ground. The severe pain came, and at the same time, Freddy's heart was even more shocked. What kind of trick is this? He could clearly feel that the other party was just an ordinary person, not an infected person, and did not have extraordinary physical fitness or strange abilities. But even so, he was holding a knife and the other party was barehanded, but he only took off his arm in a single round. That was an experience he had never had before when facing any opponent. Even when facing a top master and losing in the game of moves, he never felt so powerless. It was as if she knew what he was going to do. From the moment he drew his knife, she could see in which direction the knife would stab, where it would stab, what kind of backhand was hidden, and how the moves would be changed. He thought his moves were exquisite and unpredictable, but in the eyes of the girl, he was just a sculpture that had been carved long ago. He was seen through from head to toe, and all his flaws were like being frozen by a camera, magnified infinitely in the eyes of the girl. So of course she had 10,000 ways to cripple him in an instant. Could martial arts be so advanced? Just a few minutes ago, Freddy was still arrogantly thinking about showing some ignorant teenagers what a real master is. But now, just a few minutes later, as his face was slapped, Freddy even began to feel that he had learned all the fighting skills in his life. With his weight, he actually wanted to show people what real martial arts are. Am I worthy of it? How many skills are worthy of it? Compared with the weird girl dressed as a bat in front of him, what these so-called killers are doing is not worthy of being called fighting. It's just like dancing on the top of the red bud. Now he can fully understand why Heg was killed instantly. This is something that you can never feel from the perspective of an outsider. You have to fight in person to feel the feeling of being crushed. No, it's impossible to beat her. This girl's martial arts skills have reached a level that normal people dare not even think about. Freddy discovered it the moment they met. The difference in strength between him and this girl is almost the same as that between him and a street thug who can only swing a turtle fist. Even if he relies on luck, he has no chance of winning. Freddy quickly pulled away, endured the pain of dislocation, and swung out 2 more flying knives with his still intact arm. Batgirl dodged, and he took the opportunity to turn around and run towards the helicopter parked behind him. He must run quickly, get away from here quickly. If he doesn't do business anymore, the worst thing is to return the money. Nothing is more important than his life. Just as he turned around and wanted to run, Freddy's mind suddenly sounded a dangerous alarm. Relying on the instinct accumulated from years of licking blood on the tip of the knife, he quickly stepped aside. But he saw a black dart flying through the air and nailed into the outside of the helicopter cabin. Freddy was still frightened, but he laughed and forced a mocking remark. "Ha, your aim is not very good." However, the next second, the red indicator light on the dart flashed twice briefly, followed by a loud bang, and the cabin was torn apart. Astonishing flames erupted from the small dart, the iron sheet was ravaged and deformed, and the windshield was blown to pieces. The helicopter flipped to the ground while burning, and the scorching storm suddenly knocked Freddy to the ground. The killer fell to the ground, looked at the helicopter that was blown into scraps by the small dart, and then looked at the girl who continued to walk towards him slowly, his mouth opened wide, and his whole body almost cracked. "What the hell are you?" Chapter 133 already caught. The choice of Hu Cheng for the new map was actually a target that Chu Cheng selected from a series of cities after scientifically counting the crime rates and case details of major cities on Friday. Just as cats eat fish, dogs eat meat, and Ultraman defeats small monsters, if there are no criminals in a city, there will naturally be no place for superheroes. Gotham City, with its outstanding people and beautiful scenery, and Batman are actually mutually beneficial to a certain extent. Without the simple citizens of Gotham City and the enthusiastic support group of Arkham, it would be difficult for Batman to have so much experience, to reach the maximum level and full of godly equipment, to save the situation in the group battle of the Justice League. So this map change must be particular. You don't have to say that it is like Gotham, where the upper class sympathizes with the people and the lower class is happy to help others, but at least it has to have thieves to catch. So Hu Cheng entered their field of vision. Although it is not adjacent to Jiangdu, it is not too far away. The crime rate is not the highest, but at the end of each year, the criminals in the city work together to achieve performance, and at least it has to maintain the 4th place and strive for the 3rd place. Unlike other Feng Shui treasures, Hu Cheng is an economically developed city, and the buyers here are particularly generous, especially when buying lives. So this place has become the favorite place for several world-class killer organizations to compete for business. This part of the business has almost been monopolized in Hu Cheng, and only first-class organizations can do business here. Slightly second-tier killer groups are not even qualified to compete in the market. Sure enough, Chu Cheng had only been wandering around Hu Cheng for half a night when he intercepted such an encrypted call between the killer brothers. To be honest, he was still a little bit looking forward to these two killer brothers at the beginning. His small group of heroes has almost become the tyrant of Jiangdu. They have dealt with infected people, ability users, and even non-human monsters, but they have never seen a serious killer. Due to the filters accumulated over the years by film and television games, Chu Cheng and many other game geeks feel that the profession of killer is very strong and mysterious. When the two killers got off the plane, they looked so cool and confident that Chu Cheng felt that they met his imagination of killers. But he didn't expect that they would fall down like paper when they started fighting. To Cassandra, she might not even feel that there was any difference between these two and the big basket of fish that were thrown down by the roadside. Anyway, they just stood up and killed them in seconds. The process was simple and even a bit boring. So after dealing with the two, Chu Cheng changed to Daredevil Lawyer Ma and continued to wander in the new map. Lawyer Ma, a humanoid self-propelled radar, is an expert in opening up wasteland and killing monsters. Now that the entire Jiangdu map has been basically cleared, there is basically no room for Lawyer Ma to play, so this time Chu Cheng naturally left him a place in the opening up team. And Lawyer Ma really lived up to his expectations. After a few rounds, he marked him with a few exclamation marks. Chu Cheng controlled Daredevil to approach the exclamation mark, squatted in a high place, and chose to concentrate on strengthening his hearing, and played the sound Daredevil heard through the headphones. I can't hide in this small room all day long as you ask me to, Director Lee. The person who spoke was a somewhat older man with a slightly fatter figure. He was standing in the middle of an open living room, looking a little irritated. Yes, that's right. Although there were several walls between him and Chu Cheng's observation point, it didn't prevent Chu Cheng from seeing his appearance. After all, Lawyer Ma doesn't rely on his eyes to see people. As long as the sound can be transmitted, it doesn't matter how many floors are in front. He can even see that it is a living room with quite luxurious decoration. A huge rotating crystal chandelier hangs on the dome, and antiques of inestimable value are displayed between the expensive furniture. Every detail hints at the richness of the owner of the living room. I'm sorry, President Gong, but the Public Security Bureau must consider your life safety. The speaker is Director Lee of the Hu Cheng Public Security Bureau, who is also standing in that room. His tone was hurried and somewhat impatient, and he was somewhat dissatisfied with the other party's non-cooperation. The intelligence we intercepted shows that the most dangerous killer in the world has set his sights on you. As we speak, he may be on his way to Hu Cheng. So you are telling me that your Public Security Bureau is incapable of guaranteeing my safety? The fat man called President Gong frowned. What I'm telling you is that we will certainly do our best. But I said that this time we are facing one of the most dangerous killers in the world, who has traveled all over the world for many years. He came to Hu Cheng once a few years ago and locked on a target who held an important position. At that time, the Public Security Bureau came out in full force and set up the most stringent alert 24 hours a day, but still failed to save him. President Gong was silent for a moment, perhaps a little scared by the background of the killer. Chu Cheng in front of the screen also smelled the breath of experience. He had already begun to think that choosing Hu Cheng for the new map was a good idea. He had only been here for one night and actually ran into two groups of killers, and this one was said to be the strongest in the world, so he became interested all of a sudden. Men all have a desire to conquer. Some people like to climb to the top when they are in the mood, while others like to travel around. Of course, the biggest challenge for game geeks is the capable boss and challenging dungeons, so Chu Cheng immediately got excited when he heard this. He has the cool title of the most dangerous in the world. If you don't talk about the level of deathstroke and deadshot, he must be a big bold 47, right? Then directly continued. The killer is codenamed Venom B, from the first-line killer organization Black Sunday. It is said that he has never failed so far, so we will set a precedent for him today. Chu Cheng fell into deep thought as he listened. Why does the name Black Sun Venom B seem to have been heard somewhere? It sounds like they are describing these two, sir. Friday said, and put the photos of the two killers on the screen. Chu Cheng, aren't these the two paper killers just now? The most dangerous killers in the world? That's it? Chu Cheng was disappointed. This feeling is a bit like browsing a live broadcast room and finding a cover that can be rushed. I was so excited that I immediately clicked in, but found that the live broadcast room was owned by Grandma Cairo, and I suddenly felt bored. The alarm was lifted. They had obviously already cleared this copy, so Chu Cheng lost the intention to continue listening, and Daredevil left silently. Directly was still comforting the president below. Don't worry, I have the experience of fighting him once. This time, once the poisonous bee lands, we will make sure that he will not be able to come back. Wait a minute, I will answer the phone. Directly walked to the side and answered the phone. It's me. Yes, with President Gong. What did you say? Directly's eyes widened, and his face was full of doubts that he had heard it wrong. The poisonous bee has been caught. In short, Chu Cheng was quite satisfied with the first day of wandering in Hu Cheng. Although the killer only encountered a group of them, and they were famous, but felt like paper, the harvest at night was not bad. The human radar lawyer Ma was as powerful as always. Under his senses, he still encountered several groups of emergencies after wandering around for a while. Of course, it may also be because the crime rate in Jiangdu has plummeted. Walking around for a whole night may not bring any gains. In contrast, he immediately felt that Hu Cheng was simply a brand new Feng Shui treasure land that had not been trained by anyone, and his right hand was already ready to move. But the main work today was still exploration and field investigation. Feeling that the place was suitable, Chu Cheng temporarily left Lawyer Ma and Bat Lalita in Hu Cheng, changed his role back to Batman, and drove the fighter plane straight back to Jiangdu. Friday, help me check the location of Agent Luo to see if he is at home or at the headquarters. We may visit him later. Agent Luo Yajin has basically turned into the shape of Batman. In Chu Cheng's eyes, his role has become a mouthpiece they have planted in the mental hospital. Anyway, it's right to ask him if there is anything. Friday received the order and went there quickly. In a moment, she brought back the news. Agent Luo Yajin is in the cemetery. Chu Cheng was stunned. His first reaction after hearing this was that he was on that aerial grave. But then he thought, that's not right. Gravehead was the nickname he gave to that thing and he hadn't mentioned it to anyone else. How did Fifth Sister know? You said he was on the airborne carrier? Chu Cheng asked. No, sir, I said he was in the cemetery. Friday swiped the screen, opened the map, and marked the location. The cemetery of the 39th cemetery in Jiangdu. Chu Cheng. Chapter 134, Shapeshifter. One day ago, after the battle, outside the villain's base. Shapeshifter? Agent Luo Yajin lit another cigarette. You mean, she can change into someone else's appearance? Yes. Chen Miao said. She can change into someone exactly like the target, whether in appearance, height, or body shape. As for the transformation conditions, I guess it should be a DNA sample. She took blood from all of us, and then she can change into everyone's appearance. But the memory should not be copied. The purpose of her keeping us alive is to ask for some specific information, so that she can camouflage herself. Luo Yajin's eyes swept over the hostages. He noticed that most of the people detained in this base were young and beautiful girls. Not to say that they were all beautiful, but at least they were all curvaceous. Although the long-term detention made them look like refugees fleeing famine, it can be vaguely seen that they are still in good shape. If this prisoner was a man, he would not have to wait for 3 years to be dragged out and executed. It would definitely not be wrong. But according to the testimony, the criminal seems to be a woman, so either this person is a heavy-duty lesbian who prefers strange play, or she may really have other intentions, as Chen Miao said. You mean, she is a shapeshifter, and all of you hostages are her resource library? She can transform into the appearance of any of you, and steal your identity to act. Yes. Her ability is very dangerous. We must conduct a thorough investigation of the movements of all the hostages present during this period. She may use our identities to do anything, even including stealing the identity of a senior agent, to sneak into the air carrier of the Special Service 9th Department, right? Luo Yajin continued. Chen Miao shuddered violently. You mean it's not? She rubbed her temple and felt a headache. Oh my god. She pondered for a moment, as if she couldn't think of what to say for a while. Are the consequences serious? She raised her head and asked. That depends on how you define serious. Batman came and brought a white accomplice with him, and they dealt with the worst guy who invaded the mothership. But someone stole a seemingly insignificant piece of evidence, and we don't know what it's for yet. Oh my god. Chen Miao repeated. She had imagined all kinds of bad situations that would happen after her identity was stolen. She thought she was mentally prepared, but now she found that she was not. Then she raised her head and glanced around, as if to confirm that no one else was listening. Then she moved closer and whispered to Luo Yajin in a low voice. She comes back every once in a while. Sometimes she takes a hostage out, and sometimes she asks questions directly. They are all questions about details, which make it easier for her to impersonate. But she never shows her true face when she comes in. Every time we see her, she uses the face of one of us. She is very careful, and she never relaxes her vigilance even for those of us who are detained. She almost never leaves any clues that can be linked to her identity. Chen Miao paused, and her expression became more serious. But I'm not a pushover either, she said. Luo Yajin realized that she had handed something to him and deliberately avoided the sight of others. What is this? He tacitly put the thing away without looking down and felt that it was something almost imperceptible. One of her hairs. Chen Miao whispered. She didn't notice it, but I have hidden this hair for several days in order that one day this hair may help us trace its identity. Why give it to me? Luo Yajin frowned. You should report it to your superiors and hand it over to the professional investigation team that will take over the incident next. Then, because Chen Miao's voice became even lower, so low that only her lips could be seen. But Luo Yajin understood what she meant. I don't trust others, she said. Luo Yajin understood. She believed that her ambush, her capture by design, and the series of chain reactions caused by the invasion of the mothership were not coincidences. There might be other traitors in the Special Service Division 9. You never really trusted this organization. That's good. I only trust you now. Chen Miao whispered. I know I can trust you with this. Find her and prove her existence to the others. Then when you find her, do me a favor and be a little ruthless. Luo Yajin. Later that day, Chen Miao was indeed imprisoned in a special cell on the mothership. If what she said was true, there was really a shapeshifter who disguised himself as her and did those things, then the other hostages would confirm her story. But even so, she could not be released immediately. There are still many tests and evaluations to be done on her, and judging by the situation, headquarters may not buy her story. Not long after returning to headquarters, Luo Yajin was interviewed by his superiors. An agent in the action team reported that Chen Miao said something to the Luo Yajin agent who led the team after the battle today. The superiors were suspicious about this, and they wanted Luo Yajin's explanation. They told Luo Yajin that maybe Chen Miao claimed that she was innocent, and maybe it seemed so. But people in their line of work always need to be skeptical of everything, and they can't just believe her based on one side of the story. Maybe the so-called Shapa shifter doesn't exist at all, and it was completely fabricated by Chen Miao. Maybe the traitor is actually herself, and she is doing this just to regain trust. Of course, the testimony of other hostages who were rescued may prove that she told the truth. But this requires further investigation, and if Chen Miao is really a traitor, it is entirely possible that she could deceive the eyes of other hostages with the cooperation of other members of the death squad. They should indeed be suspicious. Chen Miao handed him an important piece of evidence, and any organization agent should report this situation, which is their duty. But Luo Yajin has never been a rule-abiding person. No. He stood in the conference room, facing the gazes of the leaders indifferently. She told me that there is a Shapa shifter who can pretend to be someone else, just as she told you. That's all. Luo Yajin always said that he was a guy with no worries, and that he had no one worth worrying about in this world, but he knew in his heart that it was not entirely true. If he had to pick out another half person in the world that he cared about, Chen Miao would be that half. It wasn't that he had any extravagant thoughts about his young beautiful busty superior, but they were purely friends and colleagues who cared for each other. He was a person who never followed the rules, and he knew how many troubles he had made, but he always received tolerance and understanding, even though he never asked for them. He knew how much care he had received. Luo Yajin did not mention the hair to anyone. He borrowed a laboratory under the 9th department for DNA matching, but made up an excuse to pretend that it was a private matter, and did not register it. To the subordinate units, Luo Yajin's rank in the organization was still a superior, so the laboratory was also happy to help him. So soon, he got the result he wanted. The computer automatically found a match from the database and quickly helped him lock the owner of the hair. Lin Yi, a 15-year-old girl. A girl who had died more than a decade ago. This result undoubtedly surprised Luo Yajin. Legally dead people crawled out of their graves to cause trouble. It seems that similar things have happened before. Afterwards, it was often proved that they were most likely infected. People who are dying, or have just died, if the huge resentment and unwillingness have not dissipated, may resurrect after being infected. But the problem is that those were all recent things. A girl who has been dead for more than 10 years. There was no such thing as infected people at that time. With doubts, Luo Yajin visited the dusty archives and checked the story about this girl. A tragedy that was not new even in the past. It was originally an ordinary weekend. That week, Lin Yi's parents went out for something, so the girl needed to stay at her uncle Lin Ruming's house for a day, and took her best friend Shanzu with her. Her uncle has been watching her grow up since she was born. Because they live relatively close, whenever her parents go out for something, and Lin Yi needs care, she will go to Uncle Lin Ruming's house to stay. Uncle is a kind and friendly person, and treats her very well, and has always been so. Until that day, the night that changed the fate of all of them, when a beast tore off the sanctimonious coat, and bared its fangs. Perhaps it was because of drinking, or perhaps it was because of the blows in life, the man lost his mind. He stretched out his claws to the two girls who were staying in his house. A fight ensued. Shanzu was terrified. She jumped out of the window, just as her uncle was about to catch up with Lin Yi. She ran along the night street for nearly a mile, before she met the first pedestrian, crying for help. When the sheriff followed her back to the house, Lin Yi was dead. The cause of death was a blunt object on the head. But the murder weapon was not found, and it was speculated that it was taken away by the murderer. Lin Ruming also disappeared from the room. It was very obvious that he accidentally killed his niece during the scuffle, realized that he had caused a big disaster, and fled before his niece's friends came back with people. But he was caught not long after. When the police caught him, he was preparing to escape the city out of sight. He insisted that he was innocent, but almost all criminals said so. In the face of solid evidence, the one-sided statement of the person involved was meaningless, and he was sentenced. Luo Yajin could not get any more new clues from these old files. Although there were many discrepancies between the documents and the current reality, he knew one thing, that is, DNA would not lie. So this was the most likely explanation he could think of. The girl named Lin Yi was still alive. Chapter 135 Coffin. Luo Yajin never believed in ghosts and monsters. This seemed a bit strange for a special agent of the 9th Division. After all, he dealt with many strange events every day, and all kinds of supernatural phenomena were commonplace for his profession. Living in such an environment for a long time, he could deny the existence of ghosts without blinking. It felt like a certain card-addicted dragon cancer president who still firmly believed in science, after witnessing a series of supernatural events including, but not limited to mental control, soul extraction, and the resurrection of the pharaoh of 3,000 years. Luo Yajin never believed in the afterlife. He believed that after death, there was only a void, a darkness that could never be illuminated again. Tombstones and sacrifices were comforts for the living, but for the dead, they could not feel anything. So when he swung a shovel to dig up the grave of a girl who had been dead for 20 years, he didn't think there was anything wrong. Lin Yi was still alive. He almost believed so. He didn't know how he did it. Maybe the infected appeared earlier than they thought. And he felt that there was a great possibility that Lin Yi was the deformed person. The past experience brought her a huge shadow, and the trauma could not be erased by time, but distorted her mind. Perhaps the darkness created by this experience gave birth to her phantom, or perhaps it was herself. In short, she pretended to be Agent Chen Miaoyu, and slipped into the mothership of the 9 divisions. She was the escaped member of the death squad. A drizzle fell from the sky, and the evening breeze brought a hint of coolness. It was not the ordinary cold, but a more piercing touch, brought by a cold wind blowing from countless tombstones in the cemetery, as if it brought the whispers of countless ghosts. He noticed that there was a faint fragrance in the air. Some kind of floral fragrance? Maybe it came from some unknown wildflowers in the weeds. The last shovel fell, and Luo Yajin opened the coffin. "You shouldn't do this." A crisp and ethereal voice sounded, with a hint of resentment. Luo Yajin looked up suddenly, and saw a girl. She was wearing a yellow dress and round-toed black leather shoes. She stood among the countless tombstones, and her eyes seemed to be filled with countless sorrows. It took Luo Yajin only a few seconds to recognize that it was Lin Yi, who looked the same as in the photo. He was right. She was still alive, and she was the deformed person. But the next second he was stunned again. No. The girl in the photo was Lin Yi more than 10 years ago, when she was only 15 years old. So even if she was still alive, how could she look the same as she did so many years ago? But in just a blink of an eye, when he came to his senses, the girl was gone. He lowered his head and found that the coffin lid had been opened by him, and there was a skeleton inside. Judging from the size, it seemed that it was indeed Lin Yi. It seemed that she had been sleeping here honestly, and had not gone anywhere. Her lying posture looked a little unnatural. So was what he just saw an illusion? Or, bang, the sound of gunfire echoed over the silent cemetery. It was a shotgun shot, and the sound came from behind, and unfortunately the sound source was also very close to him. The tiny shrapnel penetrated Luo Yajin's back, pierced through his heart, and made him stagger. He was ambushed. The moment Luo Yajin reacted, his hands had already transformed into the form of a gun. He turned around as fast as he could, but the next shot continued to hit his chest. Countless shrapnel hit him again, blood splashed out, and the clothes on his chest were soaked into blood red. He staggered back under the impact, stepped into the hole he had just dug, and fell headfirst into the opened coffin. The fall made his whole head dizzy for a while. He tried to stand up, but he couldn't use any strength in his whole body, and his hands and feet didn't obey. It shouldn't be just a simple bullet. As a special person, his physique is at the top level among all the agents in the 9th Bureau. Don't think that the 2 shots just now seemed to make him happy, but for him, Luo, a mere fatal injury is nothing to worry about. Under normal circumstances, he would have picked up his weapon and turned back to fight with others. Although it's not to say that it has no effect at all, it definitely won't affect his actions so seriously. He quickly thought of the strange aroma he just smelt, and the image of the girl he saw right after smelling it. Some kind of hallucinogen. Or maybe some other nerve-disrupting drug. Before he could muster the strength to stand up, the huge coffin lid was closed. The starry sky was blocked, and with a dull thunderous sound, he was sealed in this small coffin, together with the owner of the coffin. In an instant, a thought flashed through his mind: this is it. The destination he has been looking for, the place where he will sleep one day. Actually, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, if it was according to the original plan, he would have died long ago, accompanying his old partner Brooke. At this point, no one would miss him, even if he was alive, and no one would regret him if he died. This place is really good, and even the effort of digging a grave and burying him is saved. He was a person who hated formalities and troubles. His only regret might be that he would have to occupy this girl's room for a long time in the future. In the darkness, he felt a rough hand on his arm. He turned his head and found that it was the skeleton lying in the coffin. Its hand bones without any flesh were holding him tightly, and the empty and dark eye sockets seemed to be silently begging him, "Save me." Elyuoyajan closed his eyes gently. He suddenly began to feel that he could not distinguish what was real and what was an illusion. "I'm sorry, Kit," he said softly. "I'm very sorry. Well, maybe it's not the right time. Whether alive or dead, maybe no one will miss him. But not today, not now. This is not the home he is looking for. He still has work to do. He is still losing blood. The wound is healing, but much slower than usual, which may be the effect of hallucinogens. It may also be for the same reason that Elyuoyajan found that his ability is not so useful for the time being. He tried several times, but couldn't conjure up the tools he needed, as if his body was refusing to accept his command. So the only tools he could rely on were the most primitive ones, his fists. He turned over and lay on his back, punching the heavy wooden board in front of him again and again. With each punch, dust fell into the sarcophagus. Soon his fists were cracked, and his knuckles were bloody. His arms felt like lead, and each punch was extremely heavy. But he didn't stop, and continued to punch one after another, mechanically and stubbornly. His consciousness gradually blurred, but even if every bone in his body was resisting, he didn't stop. His eyes were dark, and the only sound he could hear was the sound of his fists hitting the wooden board, which sounded farther and farther away, as if it came from another world. He felt lost, and couldn't find his direction. It was as if his consciousness was caught in a huge whirlpool, and was being washed to the other side of the world along the rushing water, until someone held his hand. A strong hand, like a life-saving straw in the hands of a drowning man, like a beacon found by a lost ship in the wind and rain. In an instant, he found his way back in the darkness. The hand exerted force suddenly, pulling him out of the whirlpool, all the way up, out of the water, and back to reality. When his vision was restored, Elyuoyajan found himself kneeling on the ground beside the tomb and coughing violently. "What happened, Agent Elyuo?" The familiar low and strange voice made people feel particularly kind at this time. He looked up and saw Batman standing in the darkness beside him. Elyuoyajan couldn't remember when it started, but every time things get bad, you will hope that this elusive guy is here. The gloomy and dark shape looks particularly weird against the background of this cemetery, but just looking at such a gloomy guy, Elyuoyajan felt unprecedented peace of mind. It was a sense of security that he could not feel from anyone else in his life. It was as if, as soon as he saw the bat with pointed ears, his tense nerves relaxed involuntarily, and his instincts told him that everything was fine. "You won't believe this, but..." Elyuoyajan tried to stand up, but his legs and feet were still numb. So after 2 consecutive failed attempts, he gave up and sat on the ground temporarily waiting for his strength to recover. He took a deep breath and told everything Chen Miayu had told him and what he had found out. Batman walked to the edge of the pit and looked at the bones lying in the coffin below. "This is the grave of the child named Lin Yi. Maybe a DNA test would be safer, but my intuition tells me that she is a child. If you say this is a child." Batman looked directly at the bones in the pit and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Who is this next to him?" Elyuoyajan was stunned. At this time, his legs and feet had regained some sensation. He barely stood up, staggered to Batman's side, and looked into the pit. Then he saw it too. In the deep pit, the coffin contained what looked like the remains of a girl, and next to it there was a skeleton that looked like an adult. Elyuoyajan rubbed his nose, still feeling a little dizzy. He was surprised that he hadn't noticed this when he first dug the pit. If it wasn't the effect of hallucinogens, he would have to seriously consider his vision problems. To be honest, I'm starting to get confused. The DNA matching results are out, sir. Friday spoke up at this time. With her assistance, the extraction of DNA scanning and matching was much more efficient. The girl's remains are indeed linear. During the investigation of her case, the Public Security Bureau extracted her DNA, and the data is archived. The DNA of the remains next to it also found a match, but the data involves the top secrets from the Special Service Section 9. Who is it? Friday displayed the search results in a small window on the side of the screen in front of Chu Cheng. She is Agent Chen Miao. Friday paused. He's been dead for more than a year. No insider pie time. The new work Blood Codex by the author Coben with 10,000 subscriptions. Standing in front of you is the regulator and protector of darkness, the subverter and remodeler of order, the creator and persecutor of licking dogs, the master of tea art, the goddess of the dark night, the nightmare and gravidigger of the gods, the true ancestor of blood, Charlotte D. Castell, accompanied by madness, born with blood, hand in hand with curse, and walking with destruction. This is a legend belonging to the Blood Clan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136. Why is it always you? Special Service Section 9, the Airborne Carrier. Apart from the rooms, where some dangerous goods are displayed, the prison for serious criminals should be the most heavily guarded place in the entire carrier. Of course, this place is not often used, because the asylum does not have the habit of entertaining guests to stay overnight. Generally, the opponents they deal with are either less infected, and not worthy of this VIP suite, and they can be washed back to normal in minutes, after being taken to isolation. Or some other people with a higher degree of infection are generally shot on the spot. Agents often adhere to the principle of never delaying things that can be solved with one bullet until tomorrow, and those who allow conditions will be shot directly, so there is no need for such a place. Therefore, Leng Ji may be the first important customer who has the honor of staying in this VIP suite of the asylum in many years. His current situation is also very special. Everyone in the asylum is very worried about him, and if possible, they would like to shoot this guy to save trouble. But even if we don't talk about what kind of mental journey he went through during his fall from the only designated Jin in the madhouse to Orochimaru, just based on the fact that he ordered his subordinates to invade the grave and steal the unknown evidence last time, it is impossible to let him die casually. The whereabouts of evidence A086 is still unknown, and the organization doesn't even know what it is used for. No one can sleep well before prying all the information out of his brain and recovering the evidence. Conventional interrogation methods generally don't work on such guys, so their best option becomes memory extraction. But now there is another problem. The group of people in the madhouse can't even figure out whether he is a phantom or an infected person. Although the madhouse has this memory extraction technology, it is not very mature after all. If the other party is an infected person, then according to experience, it may cause rejection reaction and self-destruction during the extraction. This is a bit like the self-destruction protection mechanism of a hard disk. Some infected sources may cause self-destruction to protect important information when they detect that the memory of the infected person is invaded and read. If it is a phantom, it is even harder to say. The asylum had not yet tried to read the phantom's memory, and no one knew what the result would be. So in short, while they were making preparations, Leng Ji was temporarily imprisoned in this VIP luxury suite. The facilities in this suite were indeed in place. Leng Ji's hands and feet were bound, and there was a ton of weight on his back to ensure that he could not go anywhere. And the most important thing was that in addition to the direct suppression of the body, this cell also had a damping device that Miyazaki swore on his mother's grave that it was absolutely effective. Whether it was a phantom or an infected person, it was said that as long as there was enough electricity, this thing could continuously suppress its ability in the room, greatly limiting its ability to play, and it was safe and effective. Well, at least it was effective when it was turned on. But unfortunately for the people on the ship, it was just turned off about a minute ago. In a short period of time, the shackles and weights were also removed one after another. Lenji was released from his cell, stretched his muscles, and showed a cold and confident smile. It was as if everything was going as planned. A few seconds later, the super thick alloy door slowly opened in front of him. The complex mechanical structure unlocked automatically, and the heavy door panels moved to both sides along the slide rails, as if respectfully welcoming the king. He strode through the door panels that should have blocked his way, just like walking in his own back garden. The exposure of the base was a bit unexpected, and the disintegration of the death squad was indeed a blow, but it would not affect the overall progress of the plan. But through this setback, Lenji has realized that those masked superheroes are indeed a problem. It's not that they completely ignored these guys before, but until their home was robbed, they didn't think it was so difficult. Especially that Batman. He dared to bet, based on his intuition, that the exposure of the base and the encirclement of the 9 departments were most likely that guy's idea. A sinister and cunning villain who trips up people in the dark. But it doesn't matter, Lenji has remembered him. The reason why he was tricked last time was entirely because he was not prepared in advance, but he won't do it next time. The disadvantage of using dirty tricks is that you can only use the same trick on a person once. As the saying goes, a saint's ire will not be defeated by the same trick twice, and even a donkey will not fall into the same pit twice. Lenji is confident that with his rich experience and strong combat awareness, he will definitely beat the bat to the ground next time he catches it. Ugh. Just as he thought of this, a sharp pain made him kneel on the ground with his head covered. He was familiar with this feeling. This was the ultrasonic attack he had just experienced not long ago. It felt like being violently and rudely invaded by someone, and his insides were mixed into a mess. Looking up, he saw Batman had already rushed out from some corner with a crackling electric current on his fist and hit him in the face with a snap. A strong impact spread along his cheek, his mouth twisted, the current spread between the invisible waves, and his facial muscles were also twitched by the electricity. The strong electric shock paralyzed his senses. Lenji staggered back while being beaten. At the same time, his head suddenly exploded. "It's you again. How old are you?" The double impact of electric shock and sound wave made him feel dizzy. He felt dizzy and confused. No, isn't this in the air carrier of the Secret Service 9? Why is Batman here? He can't just be squatting at the door of the cell and waiting for him to come out so that he can beat him up again. His mind was full of question marks. Before he could make any move, another electric shock hit his chin, and Lenji saw stars. What the hell? It's okay to push my fountain, but you also bring someone to guard the body? At the other end of the carrier, the electronic lock unlocked with a beep authentication sound, and a door was opened. Chen Miayu, who was supposed to be detained in a cell, walked into a long metal corridor, and the electronic door closed behind her. But just after she walked a few steps, a gun suddenly pointed at the back of her head from behind. "Are you in a hurry to go somewhere, sir?" Chen Miao's beautiful eyes changed slightly, but then her expression relaxed. She half turned sideways and looked at Luo Yajin standing behind her with the gun pointed at her. "I thought you were busy digging graves now," she said in a brisk tone. "It seems that I still have too few homework assignments. I have to arrange it more complicated next time." "I guess so," Luo Yajin said expressionlessly. "Let me guess, you want to get back into the mothership and plan to release Lenji. But you know that I have been hanging around on the mothership all day recently due to my personal mental problems, which is a hindrance to your business. So you specially prepared a surprise for me. But I have to say that the questions you asked are too simple. I finished them in minutes, and I was still able to come back in time to catch up with the reserved program. It seems that I'm not late." "No, but it may be a bit unfortunate for you." Chen Miayu shrugged. "Indeed, you guessed a small part of the reason. But now that you are back, I will have to kill you." "What a joke. What are you going to do?" The impact came from behind. The attack came from the blind spot behind Luo Yajin where there should be no one. The powerful kick kicked him to the ground, but he immediately stood up after rolling on the spot and pointed his gun in that direction. They also say that a donkey won't fall into the same pit twice. Look, I've got you twice in just a few hours. A woman walked out of the shadows, and her words were almost like a formal statement that she was responsible for the 2 bullets that Luo Yajin had just dropped into the coffin. When Luo Yajin saw her appearance clearly, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he was stunned for a moment. That was also Chen Miaoyu. At this moment, in front of him, one in front and one behind, stood Chen Miaoyu. Chapter 137 New Batman. The lockout program for the prison for serious criminals has been unlocked. All security systems have been released. The prisoner has been released. I repeat, the prisoner has been released. The situation is extremely dangerous. The agents of the 9th Special Service Department may also be confused at this moment. What? Something went wrong again. I don't know if it's an illusion, but since the appearance of that thing called Phantom, the safety factor of their most secure base in the world has been like the collapse of Bitcoin, and they have stepped on the accelerator and rushed into Waterloo. But there is no way. Most of the people they dealt with in the past were crazy, and they were not much stronger than these special people. But these phantoms who broke through the upper limit of human beings and had some unpredictable superpowers were indeed a bit beyond the scope. They had never dealt with such a thing, and their previous equipment and experience might not be useful. So before the think tank headed by Miyazaki the old thief could develop an effective mode to deal with this new enemy, it seemed that playing badly became their only option. But no matter what, you can't be so bad that you can't go through the center of the earth. You can't have no reaction when your own fountain is visited by people every day. So a group of agents who received the alarm rushed to the prison for serious criminals. Finally, a group of people were ready to fight in a formal manner. They set up their formation outside, set up their guns, and all guarded the only exit in the passage ready to start fighting. It was rare that the control and output of the lunatic asylum were arranged in place, but there was a loud bang behind the door, and the alloy door panel was directly blasted open by the strange force. A group of shadows rolled out from inside, and a 1.88 meter tall bat walked out with a domineering aura like a Terminator. The opening lightning struck, and everyone saw Batman fighting Leng Ji as soon as they entered the door. Then a group of people began to have question marks on their foreheads. No, when did this ship change its name to Bat Carrier, or what? Is this still ours? Batman ran faster than a thief. Something went wrong on their ship and their own people hadn't even gotten to their place yet, but this bat had almost pushed the escaped prisoner back. It was outrageous. But Leng Ji had recovered from the initial sonic attack. A tentacle suddenly shot out from his back to force Batman back. At the same time, he rolled back and stood firm, and resumed his stance. The hearing aid had been blocked, so even if the opponent used sonic attacks again, it would not have any effect. And this time Leng Ji was mentally prepared. As long as he knew that the opponent was an old silver coin, he would be careful. It would not be so easy to trick him again. So Leng Ji began to provoke him in a swollen mood. Is that all you can do? You can't fight without your dirty tricks? Batman had a blank expression on his face, clenched his fists, and light blue electricity burst out from his black boxing gloves. Leng Ji smiled contemptuously. He pushed his feet hard, and his figure suddenly turned into a flash of lightning and flew forward, confidently punching Batman. Leng Ji was quite confident in his basic qualities. He was already in the category of superhumans who said, "I'm no longer a human being." If it was the last time they met, and they had fought head on without any tricks, Batman might not be his opponent. But what he miscalculated was that Chu Cheng drove the Batman here today, and he didn't intend to win by using dirty tricks. Today he came to try out new equipment. Bang! Leng Ji threw out an uppercut, and his arm slammed into Batman's raised arm, and was stopped abruptly. Leng Ji froze instantly. He widened his eyes, and looked at his arm, that was blocked by the other party with one hand, with an unbelievable look on his face. Wait, he is not an ordinary person? Leng Ji clearly remembered that during the last fight, although Batman had made him unable to use his strength, he relied on some small control props, and his own qualities were clearly at the level of ordinary people. At best, he might be a special person, but no matter what, he should have been completely crushed by his evolved self. So what is this power now? In the moment of being stunned, the shadow of the fist flashed, and the black iron fist had hit his nose with a snap. The overwhelming force almost broke the tip of his nose, and at the same time, the electric current trapped in the fist exploded on his face. Leng Ji's eyes went dark, and he staggered back half a step. Although he was shocked, his brain did not stop working. He reacted quickly stabilized his position, raised his hand, and threw a jab to try to force Batman back. But this action seemed to be completely seen through again. Batman dodged the punch, jumped on the spot, turned 360 degrees in the air, and kicked back in the air. His black combat boots kicked Leng Ji's chest with the force of thunder. This kick shattered the remaining luck in Leng Ji's heart, and also shattered the 3 views of the agents outside the door. Seeing Leng Ji being kicked and flying directly into the air, his back dented the special alloy reinforced cabin wall with a clang. The agents all widened their eyes. Wait, didn't Professor Miyazaki's report say that Batman is an ordinary person? Can an ordinary person kick to this effect? Question mark. The turning back kick is the most efficient back kick in fighting boxing theory, and it is also the straight kick with the maximum striking power. Just now, Batman turned around and dodged the opponent's jab with a forward swing, and at the same time, took advantage of the momentum to use this back kick to hit tons of damage. This dismantling counterattack not only showed amazing strength, but also showed the style of master. Leng Ji was thick-skinned and the alloy wall behind him was deformed by Gan, but he still jumped up and looked at the Batman opposite with doubt. He couldn't imagine how Batman, who felt like a human being a day ago, could have suddenly increased his strength like he had eaten spinach. It couldn't be that he fell off a cliff and picked up a secret book on this day and learned a day of magic skills and took off from woohoo, right? Leng Ji's eyes quickly fell on the uniform on Batman. The lights in the passage were turned off and the light was very dim, so he didn't pay attention before. But now after careful observation, it was found that the uniform on Batman looked exactly the same as before, but in fact it seemed to be quite different. The previous one looked mainly bulletproof fiber and generally looked like a tights. Now this one looks like a tights at first glance, but if you look closely, you will find that it is not fiber or cloth, but all armor. Pieces of grey-black armor structures are spliced together to form this set of armor that fits the body perfectly. Strictly speaking, it is already a set of tight-fitting exoskeleton power armor. As the #1 famous local tyrant in DC, the investment of the old master in exoskeleton armor is actually quite a lot. Previously, the equipment of the old master shipped in the sea-level pool was mainly conventional equipment. Except for his commonly used transportation vehicles, most of them were small props for street battles, and there was no exoskeleton armor. But after Batman was shipped from the B-level pool, the equipment pool was visibly upgraded. A dozen armors that Chu Cheng may have never heard of before popped out of the pool, but there were not many well-known models, and most of them were soy sauce types that the old master may have only used once in the original work. After picking and choosing from a bunch of restricted equipment designed for specific situations and specific villains for a long time, Chu Cheng finally found the one he liked the most and surprised the most from the upgraded Batman equipment library, which was the one currently equipped on Batman. This suit is not exactly a traditional exoskeleton armor like Iron Man, but it is not a regular Batsuit either. It is more like a combination of the two. It is also assembled piece by piece on a workbench like the early Iron Man suit, but the shape is also very similar to the ordinary Batsuit. If it is in a dimly lit place at night, you may not even be able to see any difference from the regular Batsuit. The suit is directly connected to Batman's nervous system and has a built-in nanonode structure. When wearing it, the suit will strengthen Batman's nervous system, making him 600% stronger than ordinary people. In addition, not only does the armor have superior defense, it also provides a certain amount of power bonus. Although this tight-fitting and extremely light design makes its output not comparable to Iron Man's armor, it is no problem for Batman to gain power comparable to super soldiers. In fact, it was quite unexpected to find this equipment, because it is not a regular Batman equipment. This suit appeared in a timeline where Batman was already old. At that time, the master had a broken spine and a crippled leg, and could no longer move normally. So the old man in that timeline used future technology to build this suit, which can help him drag his broken body back to the front line. A Batman with superhuman physical strength. And now he is just warming up. Chapter 138 White Swan. Luo Yajin figured out what was going on almost instantly. Phantom. He looked at the two Chen Miaus in front of him who were almost cast in the same mold. Isn't it your ability to change your appearance? It should be said that it is a common ability between you and the Phantom, right? You used this ability to play a double act with the Phantom, thereby deceiving the hostages and making them testify for you. But it was you from beginning to end. Indeed, this makes more sense. Even if someone copied Chen Miao's appearance, it would not be so easy to sneak into the mothership of the Special Service 9 and lift the alarm without alerting anyone. Unless it was not an imposter, but the traitor was actually her, Chen Miao, a senior agent of the Special Service 9, who was herself from the beginning. Luo Yajin narrowed his eyes. That hair. It's mine. Chen Miao said, as long as I have a DNA sample, I can become someone else's appearance, and even DNA can be copied. So I just need to become Paul Yi, and then take a strand of my own hair. That's the important physical evidence you carefully hid. Is there any truth in that story from beginning to end? Luo Yajin stood up, as if nothing had happened, and patted the dust off his body. What happened to the two poor girls? Well, of course there is truth, but the truth is always mixed with a little lie. Sometimes things are like this. You have to use lies to complete the truth, so that it is more credible. Chen Miao said softly, I was just a child at that time, willful and impulsive, and easily reckless. Teenagers don't, you know. Lin Yi's poor uncle is just a scapegoat. He knows nothing about what happened. Luo Yajin narrowed his eyes. You killed the person. After a pause, his expression became more solemn, and he pondered for a few seconds, before continuing to add. You are Shanzu, the one who escaped from the scene, the best friend. Yes. Without hiding or avoiding, she looked straight into Luo Yajin's eyes, and admitted it openly. Why? Chen Miao sighed softly. Like I said, I was just a child at that time, so I would easily become impulsive. She said, you may not be able to imagine what it feels like. Two children, best friends, they are inseparable and together every day. But one of them is beautiful and confident. Wherever she goes, she will be the focus of everyone's attention. She has won all the love in the world. If the other one is an ugly duckling at this time, she will appear to be particularly annoying in people's eyes. Luo Yajin did not speak. Lin Yi is the former. She is very beautiful, and has been like this since she was a child, so she is naturally a focus. Our class monitor, a boy who we thought was very cool at the time, would send her flowers with some immature messages on them to show his affection. She would share these with me, and then pretend to be very troublesome and distressing. But you know what? That's just a little girl showing off what she doesn't have to her ugly friends. It took me a long time to figure out why a girl like her, so dazzling and so beautiful, only chose me as her best friend out of so many people. Really, it took me a long time to figure it out. The reason is simply because I'm the ugliest ugly duckling, and only by staying by my side can she feel confident every day. Luo Yajin frowned. So you killed her. Like I said, I was still a child then, and I was a little thoughtless. Because it wouldn't have helped anyway. She sighed. I thought that would make me feel better, but it didn't. After that, I realized it wasn't just her problem. I got rid of her, but even after she disappeared, the uncomfortable feeling didn't go away. Then I realized that's because this is how the world is. Superior appearance automatically puts people in the spotlight, and self-proclaimed civilized people provide conveniences for beauty that you can't even imagine. And for those people in the corners, where the light doesn't reach, no one cares, and no one cares. Because this world is not a stage for people like us, we are destined to be squeezed out, and we are born this way. She paused, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face that made Luo Yajin feel somewhat familiar, but at the same time extremely unfamiliar. And thanks to the great lettuce, my fate has been changed. This is the power I crave, the ability I dream of. Now, I can be anyone and look anything. No one will ever be better looking than me, and the world will always revolve around me. Lettuce, what is that? The name of an ancient being? Something you can't understand. Chen Miao smiled. So, you have always been. Luo Yajin glanced at the face he thought he was familiar with, wearing a fake face in the Special Service 9. Fake. No, you seem to have misunderstood something. These are all my faces, my original appearance. The ugly duckling has transformed into a white swan, and I have said goodbye to the past. Interesting argument. I bet Professor Miyazaki will be very interested in your point of view, and the process and ability of your phantom. But now, Luo Yajin had a blank expression on his face, raised the gun in his hand, and pointed it at Chen Miyu's head. You're arrested. Arrested? Just because of you? Chen Miyu chuckled. Seriously, what are you doing this for, Agent Luo? You've lost everything, haven't you? This old system has let you down, hasn't it? Are you sure you want to pull out a gun against the last person in the world who understands you, just to maintain an old world where you have nothing to worry about? Ha, that's funny. But if you really know me, you should know that it doesn't matter to me at all. I just enjoy the process of eliminating scum like you. Luo Yajin sneered. I think so. You are a paranoid lunatic. I know that the world is either black or white in your eyes. Chen Miyu sighed regretfully. That's why I let Phantom push you into that coffin and seal it together with my past. I don't know why I led you to discover this story. Maybe it's because you are indeed a little different to me. So at least before you die, I hope you can know my past. There are hallucinogens in that coffin that can interfere with the nervous system of the psychedelic, which can effectively inhibit your self-healing system. Originally, you were supposed to die there according to the plan. Unfortunately, I guess it was that troublesome bat again, right? Forget it. You led me there just to satisfy a murderer's perverted desire to show off. Because you are proud of this kind of thing, but you can't often mention it to others, right? So you subconsciously want to show off to a dying person. Ha, believe me, I have seen so many murderers in my life, and they can't resist that twisted desire to show off, and they will even fabricate a series of seemingly logical reasons to convince themselves. I know them, and I know you. You are no different from those lunatics. The only difference is that you have some special tricks. But I have killed countless people like you in my life. And Luo Yajin paused, then showed a contemptuous smile. You are talking so much nonsense. Are you waiting for someone? He said with a smile. Let me guess what your script is. You and Leng Ji, the traitor who was released by you after disabling the security system, agreed to meet at this place. You held me back while waiting for him to show up. But the plan didn't go smoothly, right? Let me guess. According to your original calculation, he should have appeared here about 3 minutes ago, right? Chen Miyu's face changed a little unnaturally. This made Luo Yajin more convinced that he was right. She was deliberately delaying and waiting for her teammates. But her teammates were as if they were offline and there was no movement at all, which made her begin to feel a little uneasy. Luo Yajin enjoyed her uneasiness. He grinned. Want to make a bet on what your big bro is doing right now? Luo Yajin said with a smile. I bet he's too busy taking the bad punch to reply to your message. Bang. The armor protecting Leng Ji's face was cracked by the black punch. Red fragments flew everywhere, and filamentary electric currents exploded in the air, accompanied by a burnt smell. His mouth twisted, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out, and his eyes looking at Batman were still full of shock and confusion. This is impossible. Chapter 139 Shocking the Asylum for a whole year. If Leng Ji only felt a little tricky when he first discovered that Batman's power-tight armor was a bit weird, then after experiencing the torture of the past few minutes, that made him even confused. He began to feel creepy. What on earth am I fighting against? Question mark? A few minutes ago. The reason why I had to avoid Leng Ji last time was, firstly, because formulating tactics and sneak attacks were indeed more in line with Batman's style and more efficient means, and secondly, because it was indeed disadvantageous to fight head on. But this time is different. Although even with the armor's blessing, the speed is still slightly disadvantaged, but it has been shortened to the limit, where the skills are enough to play a role. Then this wave of the master is going to show off. Leng Ji's fighting ability is indeed outstanding. It is not a lie to call him the top of the 9 places. If he is placed in the DC universe, he must be a master. Putting him among the regular agents is completely a fish-bombing behavior. No wonder the files are so exaggerated. Of course, compared with Batman, the fighting master who is infinitely close to the ceiling of DC, this is not an advantage. The armor's neural amplification system provides Batman with 6 times the reaction speed. Combined with his own master-level martial arts foundation, Chu Cheng's operation is reflected in the fact that the reaction time of blocking has been significantly longer, and the types of parrying and counter-attack actions have also been significantly increased. Oh, yes, and most importantly, the fist hurts more. After a few rounds, Leng Ji's face was swollen and numb, partly because of the shock, and partly because of the electric shock. The agents next to him were also stunned. Strictly speaking, the fight between the two in front of them actually exceeded the concept of human fighting. For example, those aerial spinning kicks, a casual jump, can be used to flip over the opponent's head with an inverted hook pose, a series of difficult actions that make people dazzled. So Batman not only picked up a peerless magic skill that skyrocketed when he fell off the cliff these days, but also got an extra book of unique light skills. Got it. The fairy sister in the Wulian cave gave it to him, right? The fast-paced attack left Leng Ji with almost no time to breathe. He punched to try to buy some breathing time, but was hit by Batman's backhand knife with a tricky angle and great force, causing him to lose balance again. Leng Ji, who had already failed to gain a firm foothold, had to take an extra step to stabilize himself, but this compromise caused his footwork to become messy, which led to more flaws in his movements. In a fight between masters of this level, any flaw could directly determine the outcome. Batman naturally could not let go of this flaw that was exposed at the moment, and immediately grabbed Leng Ji's arm before he could retract it, and threw him over his head with an exaggerated chest throw that was almost like showing off his strength, and slammed him hard on the ground. Immediately before Leng Ji could get up, Batman had turned around and kicked him in the side of his waist. The power system of the armored leg was instantly output, and the huge force kicked the latter off the ground and into the air. Leng Ji was still clear-headed when he flew into the air. He immediately tried to adjust his position and prepare to counter-attack as soon as he landed. However, he was still flying in the air when Batman pulled out his gun and shot the prepared hook at him. The rapidly shrinking load-bearing fiber shrank quickly. The huge power of Batman's armor pulled Leng Ji back in front of him without any explanation and punched him again. This punch caused the armored skin covering his face to burst again, and the electric current exploded. Leng Ji raised his head and spit out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards again. The agents were already opening their mouths. Is this a combo that a human can perform? The agents of the 9th Department all know how to fight, but the more knowledgeable they are, the more shocked they are by this operation and doubt their lives. You can say that Batman's combo is unscientific. The series of actions clearly reflect his monster-level fighting consciousness, which is a silky combo that normal people dare not even think about, but is in line with the theory of boxing. But if you say that he conforms to the theory of boxing, that's nonsense, because many of his moves are not in any serious martial arts school. Because martial arts are designed by humans, not monsters. But these are clearly the operations that only monsters can do. Rather than saying it's the show of martial arts masters, it's better to say that it's closer to the anti-physics combos of those inhuman characters in fighting games. A monster who has mastered countless martial arts and possesses superhuman physical strength at the same time and created his own martial arts to maximize the output provided by this armor. Chu Cheng was also very happy here. The upgraded Batman's combat feeling is really awesome. A series of combos without stopping. The silky combo, the force feedback, plus the electric shock special effects. To be honest, he has never had such a fun combo experience in action games in his 2 lives. Of course, a suitable sandbag must be indispensable for such a fun fight. If the opponent's defense is lower and the blood bar is thinner, he would have been broken up long ago. How could he have such a smooth combo? So if there is anything in the game that makes players feel more addicted than a boss with high health and high experience, it is that this boss is actually a reusable resource. If this guy hadn't cooperated so well and climbed out of the cell to continue to be beaten, it would be really difficult to find a durable sandbag to test the performance of Batman's new armor. After repeatedly going forward to fight and being beaten into a pig's head by a combination of punches, this person seemed to have concluded that the opponent's fists were a little harder than his head. So when he saw that his health bar was about to collapse, Leng finally had to accept the fact that you are stronger now and decided not to fight with fists and feet, but to make a fake move to trick the opponent into dodging, and then two tentacles behind him suddenly shot out, and with two swish sounds, they prejudged and pierced through the air towards the direction where Batman was dodging. His sudden trick was indeed effective. Batman rolled over right after landing, and just as he stood up, the tentacles had already flown over, perfectly suppressing his backward swing. When he stood up, and the tentacles wrapped around his body like ropes. Hit. Leng Ji's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know why Batman's attributes skyrocketed today, as if the GM had secretly changed his data, at least it seemed that his side was slightly better in terms of strength. So as long as he took the initiative to control the opponent would basically be a bat on the chopping block. The only thing to be afraid of was the electric shock gloves, but it was not a big problem. I don't know if it was because he had been electrocuted so many times recently. Leng Ji felt that his resistance to electric magic seemed to have increased a lot. Even if Batman used the tentacles to electrocute him, he could completely withstand it. So if he controlled him, he would win. But he never dreamed that he saw Batman half kneeling on the ground, his left arm grasping the two tentacles wrapped around his body, and his right hand seemed to take out some gadget from the multifunctional belt, which made him inexplicably feel an ominous premonition. The next second, Batman pulled the trigger of the thing in his hand. A blue laser beam suddenly shot out, and with Batman's movements, it slashed like a lightsaber. The beam left a charred sword mark along the ground, and the two tentacles that were originally stretched straight and hard immediately shrank when they touched the beam. A charred smell spread, and the two tentacles were immediately cut in two. Leng Ji, what the hell? What is this? The agents were silent. What kind of equipment is this? Force lightsaber? GD Knight. But this is actually not accurate, because although Batman made a slashing action with this thing, it is obviously some kind of laser transmitter. Plasma laser, a powerful laser equipment that can instantly melt and cut high thickness alloy steel plates. The effect is a bit like the laser weapon that Stark equipped Iron Man's armor with starting from the new energy armor Mark 6 in the movie. But it is well known that among the two most famous tycoons in the American comics circle, Stark's technology tree is fond of the word anti, and the equipment he developed is specialized in ganking various supervillains and teammates. In the technology tree, the master not only likes to counter, but also likes to steal. The well-known armor such as Hellbat and Insider are more or less related to the abilities of other members of the Justice League, including many other small equipment developed by the master himself. We can also see the shadows of the superpowers of many heroes and villains. For example, his plasma beam. Considering that its designer is Batman, if you say that it has nothing to do with the thermal vision of a Boy Scout who wears underwear outside, Hara will not believe it. Laser weapons are still a little early for this planet's technology tree, not to mention this kind of portable equipment that is plug and play like thermal vision. It's just that although it's amazing, considering that Batman has previously shown a series of weird equipment called technology, but actually looks like magic, the agents can still accept it. In comparison, the superhuman physical strength he suddenly showed today is more amazing. But what they saw next was even more serious. After cutting off the tentacle, Batman had moved close again, and entered the rhythm of close combat again. After a few rounds of changing moves, Leng Ji was caught in a big flaw again, and was punched on the forehead again. He staggered back, and his fighting posture seemed to be unstable. Batman got close to him, and the gloves wrapped with electricity were taken towards his face. But Leng Ji didn't expect that he was deliberately showing weakness this time. He staggered back half a step, but suddenly another tentacle stabbed out from his back, this time heading straight for Batman's face. He deliberately exposed the floor to attract Batman's pursuit, and suddenly attacked at this distance that was almost close to his face. Tentacles are not regular organs of the human body. It is almost impossible to predict and prevent them with regular fighting rules. In addition, they are extremely fast and their moves are deliberately concealed. Even for Batman, whose reaction speed has been increased to 6 times, this move is difficult to dodge. This was Leng Ji's desperate counterattack, a sure kill move that would definitely turn the tables. So the next second, everyone clearly saw this scene. that shocked the asylum for a whole year. The tentacle hit Batman's face directly, and then it went straight through. Another day of 10,000 words. Please vote for the monthly ticket and subscribe. Chapter 140 Allen System. Leng G. Madhouse. Maybe Batman's performance was too early for modern humans. Everyone present, whether enemies or friends, was literally dumbfounded when they witnessed this supernatural scene. At the critical moment, when the tentacles were about to blow his head off and complete the final kill, Batman's whole body suddenly became blurred, a bit like mosaics, that made it difficult to see his appearance. The tentacles went straight through his body, and with unparalleled penetrating power, they pierced into the alloy wall behind him with a bang. It was like piercing a holographic image. But the next second, Batman swung his fist, and another punch with sparks and lightning, and a slap hit his face, and his face was covered with flowers. This punch made Leng Ji confused, and Madhouse didn't understand either. The only thought that filled his brain was that there was definitely something wrong with this guy. If until just now I still suspected that the bat suddenly took off because it fell into the Wulian cave and picked up a book of martial arts and King Gong, then the current situation may not be explained by the secret book of magic skills. This is probably related to Kayako, but most of the master's equipment is definitely scientific props. There are some metaphysical props, but they are relatively low in proportion, so his ability similar to body virtualization and penetration is naturally scientific. This is also the most critical point, that Chu Cheng likes this tight bat armor. It is the most important feature of this armor, named Allen System by the master. It is well known that the Flash is one of the major bugs in the DC universe, and among the Flashes of all generations, Barry Allen is a fighter among the cheaters. His main ability is speed, which is the ultimate speed, and this simple basic attribute enhancement has also been developed into various postures in the hands of the scientific boy Barry. Among them is the classic vibrating its own atoms to achieve the effect of penetrating all substances. The Flash can make every atom that makes up himself vibrate at high speed, so that he can penetrate through the gaps between atoms that make up any entity, achieving the effect of passing through walls at will, and even being directly immune to all physical damage. As mentioned before, the characteristic of Stark technology is to resist, and the characteristic of Wayne technology is to steal. The function of Batman's new armor is obviously stolen from his old teammates. But on second thought, considering that the master even named this thing Allen System and even put the name on the sign, it is more rigorous to say that this may not be called stealing, but robbery. Your superpower is very useful, but now it is mine. Of course, compared with the original Flash, this ability is also limited. It only allows the wearer to obtain the same principle of penetration as the Flash, but without the speed of the Flash, and he can't vibrate any part of the body locally like the Flash. But even so, it is already a very strong trump card. This kind of black technology at the bottom of the box is very shocking, even if it is shown in the DC universe, let alone here. Anyway, Leng Ji had been beaten up and now he was beaten like this again. Even the idea of resistance was almost extinguished. In his mind, he just kept thinking, what the hell is this monster? He was still dissatisfied with the last time he was ganked by Batman. He thought it was just a sneak attack by the opponent, and he was careless. A series of hell combo punches hit him, and caught him off guard. But in his heart, he felt that, if he was given a chance to park in the Royal City, he would definitely beat that SB Bat mask to the ground. Then today, the opportunity came to him. He got up, killed him in seconds, donated him, and took him away. This time, he didn't play the hell, and didn't play the black heart. He was slapped in the face. The people in the lunatic asylum couldn't understand it even more. Is this technology? After taking a few more combos and retreating in embarrassment, Leng Ji barely stood firm. Looking down, he saw that two small round devices with bat symbols painted on them had been installed on his chest. Boom. Two deafening explosions, mixed with flames, blew Leng Ji away, and he fell several times in a mess. His armor-like material broke and fell off in many places, just like skin cracking and revealing bright red flesh. His body was charred black, but he still stood up slowly but tenaciously. The battle was coming to an end, and everyone could see the ending without suspense, but it was not over yet. Lenji straightened his almost unstable body, and several tentacles once again stretched out from behind him. Chu Cheng was also prepared to deal with any attack from him. But no one expected that there was a sound of flesh being pierced. Several tentacles came together, as if they had turned into a piercing spear, and pierced his own heart with one blow. Chu Cheng. This time it was his turn to be confused. What do you mean? You bother to do it yourself, and I will do it myself? This change was unexpected by everyone. Although Lenji was already at the end of his strength and the defeat was obvious, he did not expect to commit suicide directly. Several tentacles extended from his back, piercing his chest like spears, and piercing out from his back, looking quite weird. Lenji knelt on the ground, but his eyes were still on Batman. This time. You won. Just enjoy your victory. At least it's a temporary victory. He coughed twice, and then turned his eyes to the other 9 agents. And you too. He laughed a few times, a little dry. You don't know anything either. You don't know anything at all. Nothing. The voice gradually became smaller. He tilted his head to one side, knelt on the ground with his eyes open, and there was no movement. He was dead. Silence. At this time, Batman had put his hands into his cloak, and most of his body armor was covered by the white cloak. With his shocking performance just now, he looked even more mysterious at this time. After finishing the fight, Batman wrapped his cape around his whole body, turned around, and walked towards the door with big strides. The weirdest thing was that when they saw him coming over here, the agents on standby outside actually parted to the sides and made way for him. Those who didn't know would think that this place was not the grave of the insane asylum, but his Bat Watchtower. When he was halfway there, some people began to react, thinking that this was not right. This was our crystal, and it was reasonable to say that this person should be considered as breaking in illegally. Now he is so swaggering and ready to go out, and we are all mowing beside him. How can I say that it doesn't seem appropriate? But if we must say that he broke in illegally, it was for them to clean up the mess. Everyone also knew that if there was no foreign aid, it might be a bit difficult for them to push the prisoner who had already escaped from the cage back by themselves. Now it was quite cool to just mess around with the air job. So their problem now is that it is a bit embarrassing to be treated so roughly without any resistance, but it feels a bit comfortable to protest. It doesn't seem right to turn against someone right after having fun. So when Batman was almost gone, someone finally shouted, as if he had just woken up, "Stop." The agent pointed his gun at Batman's back. A young agent. But what was unexpected was that Batman really stopped after shouting. He paused, turned half of his face to the side, and his face with a bat-shaped helmet looked particularly gloomy. The look under the mask was like silently asking, "Is there anything wrong?" A look blocked the second half of the young agent's words. Nothing. He unconsciously put down the gun he raised, showing an expression like constipation, and it took a long time to squeeze out a word. "Thank you for your hard work." Batman glanced at him, turned his head and continued walking. The young agent breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat. His buddy who was in the same class as him looked at him with admiration. His eyes seemed to say, "Fuck, you dare to do this. You are such a man." While this side was finished, Chen Miayu finally lived in Bengbu. Even with a reflex arc that could circle the earth twice, she should have realized that her teammates today might be gone, and this wave of stealing missions was basically declared a failure. She had to start thinking about running away. Before that, she only needed to deal with the paranoid lunatic in front of her. She was still quite confident about this. Although her main ability was transformation rather than fighting, the basic qualities of the Phantom were not vegetarian. She also had a better understanding of Luo Yajin's ability. It was nothing more than his physical fitness was roughly at the limit of the special person, and he had his own arsenal. It was not impossible for her and her Phantom to deal with it. "You are thinking that you only need to deal with me next, right?" Luo Yajin smiled. "Then have you ever thought that you are stalling for time to wait for your teammates? And why did I chat with you for so long?" Chen Miao's face changed slightly. As soon as she thought about it, the Phantom flew up and rushed towards Luo Yajin. But after turning the corner of the passage, a shadow flashed, and a graceful white figure flashed out quickly, kicking the Phantom back in the air. The kick was so powerful that it directly kicked her phantom and hit it against the wall of the corridor, causing the wall to deform. Then the man in white did a somersault and landed in front of Chen Miayu. Chen Miayu instinctively punched, but the other party had already expected it and ducked to avoid it and swept her down with a kick and then kicked her in the abdomen before she was in the air and landed, kicking Chen Miayu in the previous direction and hitting her phantom hard. Spider-Gwen landed in a standard Spider-Man pose, raised her hand, and tied Chen Miayu and her phantom together with two spider webs. Spider-Gwen has been staying in the state of AFK hiding near them. Chu Cheng had just dealt with Leng Ji who had escaped from prison. When he switched his view to this side, he resolved the battle with lightning speed in almost one breath. Chen Miayu continued to struggle, but the spider silk that bound her body did not move at all. At this time, Luo Yajin had walked in front of her, slowly lit a cigarette, and transformed a shotgun into her head. Chen Miayu stared directly at the black muzzle of the gun. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Her tone softened. "You know how much I helped you during your days in the 9th division, and I also know that you have no one else in this world worth caring about. Even for the sake of the old days." The gunshot. The fire was almost zero range, and the impact was like a heavy hammer that smashed her head against the wall into pieces. Chen Miayu, who was shot in the head, drooped softly and was motionless. Luo Yajin put away the gun, glanced at her head that was beaten into a bloody mess, and hummed softly. "Not so beautiful now, right?" Chapter 141 Whatever you want. Chen Miayu was dead. Luo Yajin saw with his own eyes that her and her phantoms' heads were blown into a paste, and there was no possibility of them rising again. However, the phantom's physical fitness was indeed not to be underestimated. After being shot in the head at close range, it still struggled tenaciously. If it hadn't been bound by Gwen's spiderweb, it might even have jumped up and continued to fight back. Luo Yajin put the muzzle of his gun against the phantom's head and fired several shots in a row. It was like a meteor hammer hitting her in turn, and each shot hammered her head into the wall. The phantom even struggled briefly until her face was blown off and her brain was a bloody paste. Of course, it was only that one time. He continued to fire until the phantom was completely dead and only stopped when the whole cigarette in her mouth was burned out. Shenyang praised it after seeing it. Luo Yajin put away his gun, threw away the cigarette butt, and breathed a sigh of relief. Are you okay?" Gwen was hanging upside down on the ceiling at this time. This is what Chu Cheng asked through Gwen. He was indeed a little worried about the state of Agent Luo Yajin. It is not easy for ordinary people to pull the trigger on an acquaintance. It is definitely not easy to shoot at your former good friend continuously and even have to shoot her until she is bloody and stops struggling. What's more, this may be Agent Luo's last friend. So to be honest, Chu Cheng is a little worried about this guy's mental state. For example, will he suddenly laugh and say that it is not me who is wrong, it is the world, and then continue to play the Joker is still chasing me play with Batman with his will of laughter? But Luo Yajin looked quite relaxed. His reaction was as if he had just solved a certain infected person, just like he would do every now and then in his daily work. Good, very good. He smiled. There is one less damn guy. Why wouldn't I be happy about such a thing? Chu Cheng. Luo Yajin glanced at Gwen who was hanging upside down on the ceiling while speaking. I thought the backup would be the bat. Well, he's not in the service area for now, so I'll take over. Gwen shook her head and blinked her big white eyes. Well, it would be best if you're okay. I should leave soon, but if you need to talk to someone later, go ahead, or someone will come soon. Luo Yajin waved his hand. Although I know you can still get away even if someone comes, but it won't look good. Luo Yajin was speechless for a moment as he watched the white shadow casually pull to spider silk threads and disappear at the end of the passage. It was another hero he had never seen before, and this time he even looked like an underage girl. But having said that, in that moment of sudden action, Luo Yajin had also seen her ability, let alone her unhurried entrance, the series of kicks from the air to the ground that killed Chen Miayu and her phantom in a row. Her movements were crisp and stunning. Although it was a sneak attack, it was not something that ordinary people could do. So, any random person from that organization would have this level of combat power. Sure enough, they were all monsters. Anyway, after gaining experience, Batman boarded the fighter and flew away. When the Bat fighter left, it drew a gorgeous line of fire in the night. Many people in the battleship command room saw the tail flame, which felt like someone swaggering to them and saying, "Thank you, brothers, I'm full, goodbye." So this means that Dr. G, who is in charge of security, can't escape this time while patching upside down. At the same time, it also gave everyone a message, that is, Batman may come back to patronize next time, but at least he is gone for the time being. However, in fact, this wave left, but not completely. After this wave of system upgrades, Chu Cheng already has a new function of sending heroes to station underground. So using this function, after this battle, he left Spider-Gwen in the floating grave, and did not fly away with the Bat fighter. In this way, Gwen became an agent of their superhero league stationed in the floating grave, the kind that is on standby at any time. In this way, next time something happens on the grave, Chu Cheng won't need to operate Batman to fly a plane all the way to grab experience. He can just change his vest and let Gwen go online and join the battle directly. In terms of stealth and concealment skills, Gwen is just an ordinary little girl who has gained superpowers. Although the spider ability is very helpful in action, she is not very good at stealth experience and breath holding skills. So it stands to reason that, if she is left to squat in a corner of the grave, there may be a risk of exposure. But it's not a big problem. Anyway, when she is not needed, she can just go offline and escape. Even if Superman uses a supervision package on the grave, he can't find where the person is hiding. To be honest, Leng Ji is so dead. In fact, Chu Cheng really feels a little lonely. If there is anything more exciting than having more experience points and more points from a boss, it is that this boss can even be refreshed twice, and the experience is doubled. Chu Cheng was very satisfied with the actual combat effect after Batman's equipment was upgraded and replaced with a new skin, but the problem was that as his strength increased, his energy consumption also increased. Chu Cheng's physical ability finally achieved Batman's free operation without pressure, but after this wave of upgrades, the game process became a stress diary for his liver and kidneys. So the task was completed. At Friday's suggestion, Chu Cheng also shut down and logged off tonight. Alert mode. Friday. Call me if you need anything, he said as he went to bed. No problem, sir, Friday said with a smile. Although Chu Cheng needed a rest, Friday didn't. She could monitor the subsequent developments in the tomb at all times. If there was anything worth noting, she would keep the video recording, and she could also wake Chu Cheng up immediately in an emergency. Chu Cheng tried out the new equipment and gained enough experience to log off, but the torture in the asylum had just begun. Tonight's situation was undoubtedly a disaster for them. First of all, they were allowed to enter and exit at will tonight. This security problem must be on Dr. Kauji's head. The old guy was already thinking about which position would be more comfortable to do the patch upside down. In addition, such a wanted criminal was released casually again, although the opponent is a phantom that can transform into the appearance of many people. This does not reduce the seriousness of the matter. According to the records retrieved later, it was found that Chen Miao's phantom released her original body from the cell, and it was also the phantom that released Leng Ji. During the period, the Phantom sneaked up and killed several agents and successively borrowed the appearance of 4 different people, including Professor Miyazaki, who had the highest level of authority in the mothership. Obviously, it should be the last time the mothership invaded. She shot Professor Miyazaki in the head and took the opportunity to collect DNA. If this problem can still be used as an excuse by the other party's weird ability and hard to defend, then Batman, who should be the invader, squatted at the door of the cell before them and pressed the prisoner and swaggered away from a group of agents after the matter was over, and no one dared to stop him, which is very problematic. So the agent who led the team to the scene first that night was called over to be held accountable in the middle of the night, and at the same time, everyone also checked the specific situation of Batman and Leng Ji's second battle through surveillance. Then, as they watched, the group of people completely forgot about the accountability. But when they saw Batman's series of difficult superhuman martial arts moves assisted by the tight exoskeleton armor, their expressions were like this. Asterisk vertical bar vertical bar vertical bar. Then, when they saw the unscientific laser cutting, which instantly melted and cut off the two tentacles, everyone's expressions became like this again. Open bracket closed bracket exclamation mark exclamation mark. After the Allen system was activated, Batman directly became virtual and penetrated the physics and became invincible, and the expressions of the people became like this again. Deg. Fuck. What the hell is this technology? So a group of people cast their eyes on Minister Shi of the equipment department. Minister Shi was staring at the ceiling in a daze. Whatever, it doesn't matter, whatever you want. Chapter 142 Emergency Plan. Minister Shi was depressed again just after the video started playing. No, I'm in charge of the equipment department, not Doraemon's 4-dimensional wallet. What's the point of you staring at me for something that looks a bit like the 22nd century? Anyway, up to now, the entire equipment department is on the verge of giving up. They have finally figured out the little props used by Batman in his first appearance by reversing the process of the answer. Before they even dragged out the champagne, the other side gave them a set of even more weird stuff. When Minister Shi saw the weird scene of Batman's virtualization on the spot, he knew that the fate of their equipment department was doomed. It's not that they didn't work hard, it's just that the other side was too unkind. Not to mention the virtual penetration ability, even the performance of the equipment is enough to make them all scratch their heads. It's not that they haven't developed exoskeleton technology before, and they have tried both non-powered and powered ones. Non-powered ones are low cost and lightweight, but they rely entirely on their own structure to reduce the burden on the human body. For the sake of lightness, the defensive performance can be ignored, and the power assisting effect is also useless. Powered exoskeletons are usually huge, bulky, and expensive, with short battery life, limited protective functions, and questionable practicality. Today, Batman's equipment is like a ruthless rubbing of the three views of the entire industry. No one could have imagined how Batman's armor, which is as light as a tights, can provide such amazing power. It is seriously unreasonable in terms of structural design and energy. Of course, being shocked by Batman is a regular program, and these people have gradually gotten used to it. Compared with this setting that they have long accepted, they now have a bigger problem. This thing in the sky has gone wrong again and again, and even these nerds who stay in it all day have begun to smell a hint of grave. First, the Minister of Operations Hercules asked Elio Yagin angrily, saying that you caught the traitor and didn't call your teammates, but actually went to find those crazy people wearing masks and unknown origins as external aid. What does it mean? You don't trust the organization or your teammates, right? Elio Yagin didn't beat around the bush and admitted it openly, saying, yes, that's right. My teammates are either actors hired by the other side or they are really bad. I have a hole in my brain, but I don't rely on the big guys around me. I just wait for the paper teammates to come to rescue me, right? The director of operations was furious and reprimanded him at the time, saying that this person had a problem with his thinking and must be punished. But even so, everyone thought more or less in their hearts at the moment, feeling that what he said was more or less reasonable. What's the matter? Chen Miayu is a big bit. This person has been impersonated since joining the organization. He has a fake face and no one has discovered it until now. If we use a D-ball in the parallel world as an analogy, it feels like the director of Mi-5 was not discovered until he retired. He has been a foreign spy all his life. This analogy seems to make sense again. Of course, the strange ability of this shapeshifter is also partly responsible. Her ability allows her to completely transform from head to toe into a copy target from a physiological level. Whether it is fingerprints or DNA, they can be copied exactly the same. Conventional means can't detect any abnormality at all. But agents of the 9th Department must undergo psychiatric evaluations regularly. This man has been in the 9th Department for so long, and countless psychological evaluations have not found any problems. This has to sound the alarm for all of them. I don't think the Death Squad is an independent organization. The Minister of Operations Hercules said in a deep voice, they may have sponsors, technical and logistical support. I have a hunch that this matter will not end so easily. Maybe, but it doesn't change the fact that we have problems internally. The speaker was the Minister of Finance. Questions have begun to appear at the top. More and more voices have begun to question the ability of the Ninth Department. They pointed out that our handling of the Phantom's affairs was a disaster, and our internal affairs were also a mess. We failed to come up with an effective response plan for the strange abilities displayed by the Phantom in the first place, and we knew nothing about the abilities, identities, and backgrounds of Batman and those masked vigilantes. We even had to rely on them to prevent things from getting worse many times. He paused and showed a helpless expression. The worst thing is that I think many of the points raised here are not completely unreasonable. Everyone. Indeed, some parts are irrefutable. The 9th Special Service was able to control the situation when dealing with the infection incidents and the infected in the early stage, but since the appearance of the Phantom, something they did not understand, their performance was indeed not satisfactory. And the whereabouts of evidence A086 is still unknown, and we don't even know what it is used for. The only clue has been interrupted. About this, said Miyazaki. This is a little progress. You should have heard that some sources of infection will release trace amounts of radiation to a greater or lesser extent. Sometimes by tracking and locating these radiation reactions, we have the opportunity to lock the location of the infection source. Evidence A086 is such an infection source. I have been trying to locate it since it disappeared from the mothership. However, as of today, the radiation is very weak, and our detectors have not received any response from it. All eyes focused on it. As of today, it means that it is starting to react now, right? Yes. Miyazaki nodded. It was a few hours ago that the intensity of the radiation reaction suddenly increased, and evidence A086 suddenly became activated. We spent some time tracing back and locating the location, and then not long ago, we found this location. The screen switched, and the screen showed what looked like a map. Soon someone recognized that this place seemed familiar. This is the location where Agent Lengji led the team to survey some kind of underground building. Professor Miyazaki said. Now everyone else remembered it. Lengji suddenly rebelled while exploring this underground ruins, killing all his teammates, and has never been heard from since. Because Lengji detonated a bomb to destroy the entrance, which caused the internal structure to collapse, it was later discovered that the stability of the underground space had been affected by the explosion. With the existing technology, a rash survey might cause devastating damage to the things inside, so the next exploration operation has not been started until now. You mean, the Minister of Operations said, the evidence was hidden in the ruins? They mentioned some kind of key. Since there is a key, there should be a corresponding lock. Professor Miyazaki said, I think, maybe the lock is inside this. Maybe. He paused. It's possible that the lock has been opened long ago. Well, then it's obvious that we need to hurry up and find a way to go in and take a look. Minister Hercules said, get ready to gather people now. No matter what is in there, what the evidence is for, we need to regain control of the situation as soon as possible. The premise is that we can control it. The Minister of Finance said, we still haven't solved that problem. It's obvious that our existing system can no longer effectively cope with the changing situation. Our agents may not be able to. Okay, let's stop this topic. Chairman Li Changcheng spoke. Maybe this is right. The existing model cannot effectively cope with the Phantom. But we have noticed this problem, and Professor Miyazaki has proposed an emergency plan. The eyes fell back on the old thief Miyazaki again, but the latter was studying the screen in front of him, as if it had nothing to do with him. This plan is still in the planning stage, but you will know it soon. Chairman Li Changcheng turned to Minister Hercules. Mobilize the personnel, and take action within tomorrow. Yes, sir. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Ultimate Power. An emergency plan for Phantom? Chu Cheng sat at the dining table, eating the breakfast Friday had prepared for her, while watching the meeting of the 9th Division last night. especially when he saw that the plan mentioned by Li Changcheng seemed to be known only to him and Miyazaki Laozi. Chu Cheng could not help but feel a little bit of subtlety. Although Li Changcheng did not say what it was, the atmosphere and tone sounded like a very powerful plan. He had a hunch that the madhouse was preparing to make a big move, and it might not be easy to know this part of the secret. I believe that Chairman Li Changcheng is referring to the ultimate power plan. Friday explained when the video was played here. Chu Cheng. Well, it seems that the so-called top secret ends here. Ultimate power. Chu Cheng repeated the term, thinking that this group of people really had no creativity in naming the project. This kind of name that wanted to slap words like invincible in his face somehow reminded him of words like giant mountain superpower. Considering the limited role that ordinary special agents and conventional armed forces can play in the face of phantom-level enemies, Professor Miyazaki proposed the proposal of establishing a special emergency team to use the most elite forces to fight against opponents of the same level. Friday explained. Chu Cheng frowned and pondered. He seemed to have heard something similar somewhere. The concept of this plan is to gather talented agents together and concentrate superior forces to deal with enemies that they may not be able to deal with individually. Friday said and raised his head. This is how it is described in the introduction. Chu Cheng. Well, he has definitely heard this sentence before. So the madhouse is preparing to pull together its own Avengers team? Chu Cheng's expression suddenly became a little strange. Then this trick is more familiar to the next Duludan. It can't be said to be a classic old way, it can only be said to be a perfect replica. When Ludan faced the situation where superhumans and aliens popped up everywhere like mushrooms after rain, he might have also discovered that the high-tech equipment that S.H.I.E.L.D. was proud of performed a little foolishly in the face of various extraordinary affairs. Then, as the saying goes, you have to use magic to defeat magic, and the best way to deal with superpowers is also a superpower team. So the prototype of the Great Avengers was born. But when the Avengers were established, there were gods and monsters, tanks, shooters, and mages. But Chu Cheng really couldn't think of what trump cards the madhouse could have. He opened the file that Friday had brought back, and there were only a few names on the list. Chu Cheng looked carefully and saw an old acquaintance at first glance. Agent Luo Yajin, a superhuman with extreme physical strength and a simple mobile arsenal, has excellent fighting ability and weapon use skills. Well, to be honest, Chu Cheng didn't have a deep impression of the excellent skills. For him, Agent Luo left him with the impression of Gordon from the madhouse. Then there was Agent Fanna of the Secret Service 9, who had the first controllable phantom. Although her phantom is good at fighting, she is still a little girl. In addition, Chu Cheng suspects that she may have some mental problems. He always feels that she is a little unreliable. Of course, it seems a little unfair to say so. After all, this place is known as a lunatic asylum. If you don't have some mental problems, you are embarrassed to say that you are in it. Anyway, Chu Cheng currently thinks that many people in it have mental problems, just some differences. The third person on the list was highlighted in red. This person's name is Liang Yi. When you click on the details page, the first thing that comes into view is a file photo with a firm face. The photo looks like a middle-aged man. He has brown hair and a short beard. I don't know if it's because of his eyes or his expression that makes him look quite energetic. The confident and infectious smile is fixed in the center of the camera. Liang Yi, Phantom Driver. Ability assessment. Extremely dangerous. The Earth's pole star. Another time zone. Night. The moon hangs in the dark night sky, inlaying a layer of silver edge on the jungle and mountains. The cold wind blew through the forest, causing a slight rustling sound. The night fog filled the valley, bringing a hint of coolness. The moon hung in the sky indifferently and ruthlessly, and there was almost no starlight. The night was deep and cold, extending to the endless end. The sound of a motorcycle broke the silence of the night, and a figure riding a bike appeared at the end of the road. The motorcycle stopped at the intersection with the roar of the engine, and traces of buildings could be vaguely seen in the dark shadows ahead. He came to a village. The intersection of fog and darkness obscured the vision to the greatest extent. The dark houses were scattered in a thin layer of shadows, and the air was filled with a rotten smell like something. Liang Yi stopped the car and strode towards the village in the fog. The first figure soon appeared in the thick fog. An old man fishing. He looked at least 70 or 80 years old, with wrinkles all over his face and empty and turbid eyes. He was sitting by the river at this time, as if he was staring at the river in a daze. "Hey, old man, how's your harvest today?" Liang Yi greeted enthusiastically with a smile. The old man turned his head slowly and mechanically looked in the direction of the outsider. "I want to ask a question. Is this Luoping village?" The old man still looked at him indifferently, like a silent sculpture. "Really? Then it seems that I didn't find the wrong place." Liang Yi still smiled. "I want to stay here tonight. Is it okay?" The old man still sat there quietly, looking at him silently. "Really? Haha, that's great. Then I'll bother you tonight." Liang Yi waved at him and continued to walk inside, leaving a last sentence. "Thank you. I hope you catch a big fish." After saying that, he strode away. In the end, the old man sat by the river, his head stiffly following him, until his back disappeared in the fog. Old man. Except for the old man at the door, the whole village seemed very empty. The dark buildings stood one after another, like ghosts standing quietly in the darkness, looking at the outsiders with malicious eyes. There was no light leaking out of any of the buildings, and the whole place was like a ghost village, as if it had long been dead. Liang Yi walked to the door of one of the buildings, and knocked on the door. "Is anyone home?" There was no response. "Then I'm going in." He exerted force with both arms, and the wooden door panel opened in front of him with a click, accompanied by the sound of the bolt breaking and falling to the ground. Liang Yi walked in carelessly and soon saw two figures in the house. An old man and an old woman, standing in the dark like silent puppets, looking at him gloomily. "Hey, hello, uncle and aunt." Liang Yi showed a very contagious sunny smile. "I'm sorry for breaking your door." "Oh, I thought there was no one inside. Why didn't you say a word inside?" The two old people still looked at him indifferently, with a faint glow in their eyes. "Nothing special. I just happened to be passing by. I want to ask for some food and stay overnight." Liang Yi patted his chest. "Don't worry, I'm not short of money. I'll also pay for the door bolt." The two old men didn't move, still looking at him gloomily. Thank you very much. I heard that people in mountain villages are more simple and easy to talk to, and it's true." As he spoke, he took off his backpack and found a place to sit down in the dark corner of the room. He stretched his muscles and chattered non-stop. "You don't know, I'm exhausted on this journey. This thing looks okay, but it's actually very heavy. My shoulders are sore from carrying it." The two old men kept their gloomy positions and stood in the shadows looking at Liang Yi. Liang Yi seemed to be indifferent to their silence and gazes, and talked about how he had traveled a long distance, how this village was a feng shui treasure land, and what interesting scenes he had seen and heard on the road just now. "Old man, hey, why are you two standing?" Liang Yi said with a smile. "Find a place to sit. Don't be polite. Standing is inappropriate." It was as if they had completely forgotten that he was the guest, and the kind who broke into the house. The two old men were silent for a while, then their oriental eyes moved and looked outside. At some point, the villagers had appeared outside the house. Each of them looked strange, with expressions as stiff as death, and their murderous eyes were like countless spears surrounding and shooting at the small house. There was another moment of silence. The two old men in the shadows finally seemed to be unable to bear it, and began to move. They were preparing to cook. Chapter 144 Kill only the infected. The dinner in the village was also very simple, all of which were the most common home-cooked dishes. 1 serving of eggplant, 1 serving of stuffed tofu, and 1 serving of stir-fried shredded potatoes. It should have been a very common dish, but I don't know if it was because of the ingredients or the seasoning, but when it was served, it looked a little weird. I can't say what was wrong, but I always felt that this dish shouldn't be like this. When the old man put it in the pot, he sprinkled a handful of black stuff like wet soil into the pot. But he deliberately blocked the view in the direction of Liang Yi with his body, as if to prevent the guests from seeing it. 3 dishes were served on the table, with only a pair of bowls and chopsticks and a serving of rice. The old couple stood by gloomily, and had no intention of joining in. Liang Yi didn't ask much, picked up the bowl, and ate the 3 dishes with rice like a whirlwind, and finally burped, saying that it would be better if there was more salt, but thank you for the hospitality. During this time, the two old men's eyes changed from the initial gloomy to gradually a little more surprised, and finally when they finished eating and put down their bowls, they looked at each other in bewilderment. It was as if they were using their eyes to encrypt a conversation. The old lady's eyes were saying, "Are you sure you put the things in?" The old man returned a look, saying that of course it was put in. Even if it was an elephant, it would have fallen down. God knows how this thing can still jump around. By the way, old man, are there only two of you here? Don't you have children? Liang Yi, who was full of wine and food, began to chat. The eyelids of the two old men jumped at the same time. At this point, they all realized that the person today was not ordinary. After a moment of silence, the old man spoke first. "There was a son once," he said in a hoarse and strange voice. "He passed the exam, went to college, studied archaeology, ran around all day, and from time to time, sent back some strange things, saying that they were his new discoveries. Until one day, the old man paused, his eyes flickered, and looked somewhere in the shadows of the room. They said it was a landslide. My son, the brave young man, rescued his colleagues, but he himself could not get out." "Ah, that's right." Liang Yi showed an apologetic expression, but for some reason his expression seemed somewhat insincere. "I'm sorry to remind you of it. No, it doesn't matter anymore. Because he will be back soon." The old man raised one arm woodenly and pointed to a dark place in the room. Liang Yi followed the direction of his finger and saw a bronze mirror hanging above the cabinet with exquisite patterns engraved on it. "That's what he brought back. He said it was older than we imagined. It was made by someone who had long passed away. It hosted the wishes of someone who had passed away in ancient times. It symbolizes reunion." "That's true." The old lady also spoke. Her voice was sharp and unpleasant. "My old man and I both dreamed about it just after the landslide. The child told us in a dream that we can still be reunited and this mirror can do it. But it has been underground for too long. It is too weak and it needs food." "I see." Liang Yi nodded, indicating that he roughly understood. "So that's why there are always people missing here?" At this time, the villagers gathered outside the door had walked in. Their eyes were dull and wooden, but their faces were so gloomy that they could almost drip water. The small house was soon filled up. The two old men retreated to the side without saying a word, and those strange villagers quickly filled up. "You look unusual," the old man said hoarsely, "but no one can stop our family reunion. Not anyone can." As he spoke, the villagers also approached step by step. Each of them looked like a puppet controlled by an invisible puppeteer. At this moment, an extremely unpleasant mobile phone ringtone rang out. Calabash brothers, a flower on a vine, not afraid of wind and rain, la 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 la." The gloomy villagers were stunned for a moment. "Ah, sorry, it's my phone." Liang Yi made a pause gesture, took out his mobile phone from behind, and smiled apologetically. "Wait a minute, I have to answer this. Hello. Oh, yes, it's me." The villagers stopped and looked at each other, as if they were communicating with their eyes. "What should we do? Should we still deal with him?" Then, I don't know what kind of encrypted voice call process they went through, but in the end, they seemed to have come to the conclusion that they should wait. Quite polite. "I'm working here, speak quickly," Liang Yi said, while making an embarrassed gesture to them, indicating that it would be over soon. "Emergency task? But I'm up." Okay. Then you wait, I'll call you back as soon as I'm done." Liang Yi hung up the phone and put away his phone, smiling embarrassedly again. "Sorry, work things come one after another, and overtime is endless. By the way, where were we just now?" The villagers continued to look at each other. A few seconds later, bang, the wall was pierced by a huge force, and bricks and stones fell to the ground with a crash. A young man in the village was blown through the wall and flew out. He rolled on the ground for several rounds and then stopped moving. Then the window was smashed to pieces with a clang, and two shadows were knocked out from inside. Then in the direction of the gate, several villagers fell on the path outside the gate and rolled around. Infected, all infected," Liang Yi said, while casually removing the shoulders of a young man, and then knocked him away with a shoulder collision, smashing the cabinet against the wall. "All infected. That's good, it saves trouble." He moved his body to avoid the kitchen knife attacking from behind and took the opponent in front of him and broke his neck. In just a short while, the house was full of fallen villagers lying in all directions. Liang Yi clapped his hands and walked towards the bronze mirror in the crowd. The source of infection should be this, but the moment he reached out to touch the mirror, an astonishing force suddenly erupted from the mirror. Liang Yi was immediately flung backwards and also flew out of the house. He rolled backwards on the spot, half squatted and stood up, squinting his eyes and looking forward. A majestic momentum burst out from the mirror, and a huge gap was pierced through the roof. A massive black gel-like things gathered together and gradually gained substance. A huge twisted monster. Its body was like a thing made up of countless vine-like things entangled together. It did not have the physiological structure of an ordinary animal, and its entire body twisted together, with wrinkles all over the black shell. Did it become like this after swallowing a lot of spirit? Liang Yi stood up and twisted his neck joint. The monster twisted its whole body, as if its entire body had turned into a huge palm, and fell towards Liang Yi, with the force of the sky collapsing and the earth splitting. Liang Yi raised his head, looked at it expressionlessly, and gently clenched his fist. Boom. Lightning. Like God's sword, it split the world in half. Thunder rolled in the sky, like a blue waterfall falling, exploding azure waves on the ground. Yes, it's me, Liang Yi. Liang Yi put on his backpack again, packed up and prepared to leave. The roof had been pierced, and villagers were lying all over the place. A huge pit was left in the open space outside the door, like a piece of cake that had been dug out. The pit was charred, and black smoke was slowly rising. Yes, it's done. Don't worry, of course there is no residue. Are you still worried about me doing things? He was talking on the phone while preparing to walk out of the house. Is it an emergency mission? Okay, call a plane to the coordinates I sent. I'll be there soon, okay. He felt someone pulling his ankle. It was the old man who lived in this room. The old man and the old woman crawled on the ground and grabbed his trouser legs with trembling hands. Please kill us too. Liang Yi glanced at the two old people and was silent for a while. Thank you for the hospitality. Dinner is delicious. He smiled. But I'm still sorry, you are not infected. I only kill infected people. He turned around and walked away without looking back. Chapter 145 Plasma Drilling. Friday cleared the dishes after Chu Cheng finished breakfast and said, I still have classes scheduled this afternoon. I guess I should take a leave, sir? Yes, I don't have time to deal with that for now. Chu Cheng wiped his mouth and walked back to the computer to start it up. Okay, but I still helped you with the homework. You can submit it directly if you see that it's okay. I've checked it. There's no problem. Thanks, Friday. At least the credits for this semester won't be too bad. Small problem, sir. In addition, your clothes are dried. Which room in the closet do you want to put them in? Oh, it doesn't matter. If it were in the past, it would be difficult for Chu Cheng to make time to deal with the clothes when he was busy like today. Often, he would throw them into the laundry basket after changing them. It depends on fate when he remembers to wash them. Even worse, sometimes he would throw them into the washing machine when he opened the laundry basket and waited for the next batch of clothes that were about to ferment to be washed. He would remember that he had forgotten to hang the clothes that were stuffed into the washing machine a long time ago. With the fifth sister, these are no longer a problem. You don't need to remember or remind her. She will automatically help you keep everything in order, unless you tell her that there is something she doesn't need to do. One thing that makes artificial intelligence better than humans is that she never forgets anything. Everything in her plan is clearly arranged in order of priority, without omissions or mistakes. In fact, as a secretary type intelligence, she also has a daily schedule for her master. It's just that her current master has adopted the idea of staying at home in the center of the earth. So far his daily schedule in reality has basically repeated the cycle of playing games, eating, sleeping, playing games again. I think they should give you an exclusive code name called Electric Man, sir. Friday joked. I still prefer Keyboard Man. Very humorous, sir. The computer started up, the game ran, the familiar logo flashed, and Chu Cheng returned to the hero selection interface. Secret Service 9 is gathering personnel. The advanced team is expected to depart from the mothership within an hour. If they can confirm that the structure is safe before sunset, they should be able to enter the ruins. Very good. Then we have to be ready during this period. Chu Cheng chose Batman. After the master came online, he directly summoned a fighter plane, raised his hand, and flew into the cockpit with a grappling gun. The coordinates of the ruins address have been marked. Friday tilted his head. Do you want to go directly to the vicinity of the ruins and wait? No. We have no idea about the situation inside the ruins. Unlike when we invade other buildings, we can use black cameras or retrieve design drawings to survey the terrain. When we are not familiar with the internal structure, it will be more difficult to sneak and hide. Although even under such conditions, it may not be impossible for Batman to follow secretly, but it is difficult, and he may be seen. I have a better idea. Chu Cheng smiled. He wants to try another new equipment unlocked after Batman and the B-level pool is shipped. Then we have to go to the grave. Oh no, it's the mothership. Bring Gwen back, and let the Winter Soldier take over the mothership. As Chu Cheng spoke, the screen had already entered the first-person perspective of the fighter plane. The dark tail of the fighter plane spewed out a blue tail flame, and rushed into the endless night. Ready to take Miss Gwen on the mission, sir? Yes, and Spider-Man with you. Chu Cheng said, there are signs that this operation may require reinforcement. Special Service Division 9, Air Carrier. Ding 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 ding. Felix opened his eyes dazedly, and he reached out to try to turn off the alarm clock. But he stretched his arm and fumbled twice, only to find that there was no alarm clock at all. He was not even in bed. The coolness from the floor gradually made him sober up. The first thing he saw in his eyes after successfully focusing was the white tiles and a section of water pipes extending upwards to the marble wash basin. He was in the bathroom of the mothership. Felix got up dizzily. He recognized this as the bathroom of the helicarrier, but he couldn't remember how he got here and why he fainted here. The beeping sound continued, and he realized that it was the communication device on his wrist that was calling. He hurriedly answered the communication. Yes, it's me. Where did you go? The team is gathering and about to go out. What are you still doing? He soon realized that it was his team leader who was talking. I'm sorry, okay, if you haven't woken up yet, just go back to sleep, whatever you want. The team leader hung up with a snap and seemed very angry. Felix rubbed his nose. Yes, today we are going to a certain underground ruins to recover evidence. So why did he faint in a place like this? I can't remember. He turned on the faucet and washed his face with water in his hands. The clear and cold water made him a little more sober. Felix raised his head and unconsciously glanced at the mirror in front of the sink and was suddenly startled by the figure in the mirror. The shadow's face was dripping with water and the wet bangs hung in front of him, making the whole face look particularly gloomy, and the sinister eyes seemed to be full of endless sarcasm. But he soon realized that it was himself in the mirror. Felix laughed dumbly. Who would be scared by himself? He must be too tired. He hurried away to get the equipment to meet up. Grove Group. Sir, there is information from the young master. The long-legged maid in a lace-maid outfit handed the tabloid to Felix's uncle, Garland Grove. The advanced team of the 9th Special Service is being assembled, and it is currently predicted that they will take off within an hour. The maid stepped aside respectfully and said softly, now a temporary camp of the 9th Special Service has been established near the ruins. It is said that they have completed the preliminary assessment of the structure of the ruins. The entrance of the ruins that was first discovered was blown up when Agent Leng Ji defected. The 9th Special Service urgently convened an expert group for archaeological work last night. The expert group's assessment result is that the passage is no longer usable. If the gap is redug or blasted, it may cause further damage to the structure that has already lost its stability after a round of explosions, which will trigger a chain reaction inside. In the worst case, it may even cause a devastating blow to the structure of the entire ruins. This is nothing new. Many tombs and other relics discovered by the archaeological community are unstable due to their age. Considering that the excavation work may destroy the precious contents in them due to limited technology, the official has taken protective measures for many relics. Well, so they don't plan to use the original entrance. Garladin held his chin. Yes. The long-legged maid stretched out her hand and swiped the screen. A rough sketch appeared on the screen next. A structure that looked like a heavy machine was placed on the ground, with a huge caliber gun barrel pointing vertically at the ground and releasing a torrent of water. The plasma drill of the Special Service 9 will be airlifted to the ruins camp along with the advance team, said the maid. After several experts held a meeting overnight, they just selected a location based on the feedback from the detection. The sonar map shows that there is an open space below that location, with a large space and no dangerous mechanisms detected, which is completely suitable as a landing site. They plan to use the plasma drill to directly penetrate the ground and manually create a new entrance to the ruins. This new type of equipment is more gentle than explosives and excavation equipment, and has a lower probability of affecting the structure of the ruins. Once the entrance is drilled through, if the results of the resurvey show that the structure of the ruins is still stable, the advance team will enter before sunset. After the maid finished speaking, she respectfully stepped aside. Our people are also ready and on standby. Do you need to send them over now? Of course. Garrison nodded. Secret Service 9's actions leave us no choice. Give the order. Yes. Chapter 146 Holographic Camouflage. Can you see me, Friday? Yes, sir. How does the system work? Perfect, sir. The facial module is very realistic. The face is just like the real thing. The eyes and expressions are lifelike. At least if you ask me, I don't think there are any flaws. Just some time ago, the plane of the Secret Service 9th Division landed near the ruins. The advance team got off the plane and came to the camp, and Chu Cheng's remote-controlled Batman was also among them. Of course, it is impossible to wear that cool hood and cape, which is obviously too conspicuous for a covert mission. Batman at this time is wearing the same uniform as the agents of the Secret Service 9th Division, and his face is the appearance of a spirited young man among the agents of the 9th Division. His current identity is Snake, one of the agents of the Secret Service 9th Division who was selected to join the advance team. This is thanks to a new equipment that Chu Cheng found in the arsenal after Batman upgraded, holographic digital camouflage. This is also one of the basic skills that Batman has had since his early years. However, when technology was not developed and screenwriters had limited imagination, the Master's disguise still relied on the same disguise as Sherlock Holmes. In addition to Macup, which is known as one of the 4 major evil arts in Asia, the rest relied on the same acting skills as the Oscar statuette. But since the Master got inspiration from somewhere and clicked on the technology tree branch mainly based on stealing, the Master has started a racing journey with full throttle on the road of copying teammates and opponents' abilities. Seeing that Superman's thermal vision is useful, there is a plasma cutter. Seeing Wonder Woman's wrist guard artifact, a wave of bad wrist guards that can absorb even thermal vision was paid tribute to. Seeing that Martian Manhunter can transform into someone else's appearance at will, there is the current equipment. Holographic digital camouflage, configured in the current armor built-in module, can change Batman's appearance into any image by modifying parameters. Even women's clothing is not a problem. So even if he looks unarmed in a suit and leather shoes, he may actually be armed to the teeth under this harmless holographic image. Now the situation is that Chu Cheng asked the real Snake agent to sleep like a baby on his toilet, and then used holographic camouflage technology to package the Master into the appearance of this agent, sneaked into the grave, and flew to the site of the ruins with the advance team. When Agent Snake stood face to face in front of a colleague, Friday hacked into the portable camera of the agent opposite to check the operation of the digital mask, and confirmed that there was no problem. The ruins are not like ordinary buildings with ventilation ducts to drill and windows to pry, so it is a better idea to blend into the advance team. The work of the plasma drill has just been completed, and the expert group immediately took over for evaluation. After the experts gave a safety notice, the advance team was dispatched immediately. Hurry up, don't dawdle. When Chu Cheng controlled Batman to keep up, a superior hummed impatiently beside him. To be honest, it was not that Chu Cheng deliberately dawdled, but the precision of this operation was indeed a bit difficult to control. It is one thing to operate a game character to fight, and it is another thing to operate a character disguised as a real person. Especially when acting as a team in a team like this. First of all, when pressing the button to walk, the character must not be too fast, otherwise it is easy to hit the butt of the person in front. However, he cannot be too slow, otherwise it is easy to be hit by the person behind. Fortunately, this underground space is pitch black, and even if a flare is fired, the brightness and coverage of the light are limited. Everyone's attention is on the dangers that may appear in the ruins, and no one will care if someone around them moves a little unnaturally. We are in. Luo Yajin, the leader of the team, said. Very good. Next we will survey the internal structure. Professor Miyazaki's voice came from the headset. The camp is also continuously monitoring the radiation of evidence A086, and the camp will continue to inform you of the direction. Please note that this operation is mainly to recover evidence, and exploration and investigation work will be discussed later. If you find any danger, you can apply to abandon the mission at any time. Understood. The sonar detection device began to draw, but it takes some time to complete the drawing results. Before this, Agent Duanlan, who can also act as a humanoid self-propelled sonar, also released sound waves for preliminary exploration. She stood in the middle of the clearing with her eyes closed, feeling the feedback from the sound waves. Her brows furrowed more and more. How is it? Luo Yajin walked to her side. I've never seen anything like this. Miss Sonar still closed her eyes, but her expression became more and more confused. It's very big down there, very big, and the building structure doesn't feel like a building. It's too complicated. I don't know what it is. Then her facial muscles trembled violently, as if she suddenly discovered something, and became particularly surprised. Wait, no, this is not my illusion, but like what? What did you hear, Agent? Duanlan opened her eyes, her face full of shock and confusion. This relic. It's like alive. What? It seems to be moving. It didn't exist before. But it suddenly started, after we came in. Duanlan's expression was complicated. I think maybe we'd better get out first, but it was too late. If the place they were in was compared to a box, then it felt like someone had hit the box hard. The ground suddenly shook violently, and many agents were knocked to the ground. Dust fell like raindrops, and cracks appeared on the ground. Luo Yajin's face changed. Something is wrong. He made a prompt decision. The mission is aborted. Everyone. Before he finished speaking, a stronger shock followed. It sounded like something exploded, coming from right below their feet. The solid ground suddenly cracked, and countless cracks spread, like a huge black hole opening. This room, which should have been extremely stable, broke into pieces without any warning, like a huge cake being cut into many small pieces, and each split and collapsed in different directions, throwing everyone into the bottomless darkness. This change caught Chu Cheng off guard. When it happened, he was using detective mode to observe the surrounding environment. An exclamation mark suddenly popped up on the screen, and the next second, the change happened. The ground under Batman's feet collapsed the fastest, and he instantly fell into the endless darkness below. In the chaos, Chu Cheng immediately used the grappling gun, raised his hand and shot a grappling claw to grab the edge of a platform, but then the platform also collapsed immediately. The hook with the load-bearing fiber slammed back with a scream. But it was not a big problem. Chu Cheng pressed the spacebar, and Batman's cape immediately opened. The electric current stimulated the cape to harden into a glider, helping him to cushion the fall. A moment later, Batman rolled and landed successfully. At the same time, a large amount of falling rocks fell from the sky and smashed him in the middle. Of course, it was not a big problem. First, the black gloves, then the bat-shaped helmet and armor. Batman, who was blurred like an afterimage under the high-speed vibration, quickly penetrated from the ruins and got rid of the brick and stone debris. Alan's system is released. Point holographic images turned on again. When Batman stood up, his armor and cape had disappeared. Light blue digital fluorescence rolled over his body, and he quickly turned back into Agent Snake of the Secret Service 9. The moment the collapse occurred, there was chaos, and there was no light source at all when he fell. So even though the holographic system was temporarily released during the fall, the chance of being seen was not high. Not to mention that after the detective mode scan, it was found that there was no human figure near his fall point. The terrain of the ruins has undergone an unknown and inexplicable change. The 9 agents may have been thrown to different places. Friday said, I'm trying to retrieve the characteristic signals from other people, but there seems to be some interference. Wait Friday, Chu Cheng interrupted her halfway through her sentence. It seems we have a companion. Batman's perspective stopped. The screen clearly showed that the detective mode marked an orange-red figure not far ahead. Chapter 147 Activity Relics. The facial recognition program has finished running. As Friday spoke, the photos and brief introductions found after the facial recognition under the detective mode function were placed on the side of Chu Cheng's screen. The target is identified as Liang Yi, an agent of the 9th Special Service Department, one of the candidates for the Ultimate Power Plan, and a Phantom Rider. I remember. You just showed it to me this morning. My memory is not that bad. The Ultimate Power file that Friday showed him stated that Liang Yi was the second agent who could master the Phantom Power after Fanner. But when Miyazaki the old thief wrote his evaluation for him, his judgment level seemed to be even higher than Fanner. Chu Cheng had never seen his actual combat performance, but he heard that he was quite good at fighting. And thinking of the note extremely dangerous, he always had a hunch that this danger might not only refer to the ability to fight. At this time, the other party had already approached the disguised Batman and waved in their direction, showing quite enthusiasm. Chu Cheng was still a little nervous if he had to talk on the microphone himself. After all, the language ability of Game Geeks had deteriorated, and he couldn't even speak clearly in his final defense. It was indeed difficult for him to disguise himself as a well-trained agent without being discovered. But there is a saying that, if there is something, ask Wu Mei, and Wu Mei will do it. The all-purpose secretary also took on the task of preparing his speech. While he was talking, Wu Mei typed the next line on the screen in front of him, just like a teleprompter, and he just read it. The tone of voice might have been a problem, but the master solved this part. The voice, tone of voice, and even the expression on the character's face were all automatically imitated by Batman. Chu Cheng guessed that this part of the basic skills as a detective master should also be in the master's basic skills list, so it was not a big problem. In the end, he briefly introduced the situation under the guidance of Wu Mei. He said that he was Snake from the advanced team. This time, his mission with the advanced team was to go to the tomb to retrieve the evidence lost by the boss. As a result, the things were not found, the tomb was cracked, and the person was lost, and his mentality collapsed. Hearing this, Brother Liang Yi smiled and grabbed his hand and said, "Ha, what a coincidence, I lost my person too." Chu Cheng thought that he might have to take a good inventory of his team after returning from the 9 places. He always felt that this madhouse might have either the so-called Nobita who is known as the god of misfortune or a hedgehog-headed leader who is good at picking up girls. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why this organization is so ungrateful. They can encounter strange accidents in any killing mission. After scanning and checking, they found that there were no other teammates near their landing point. It seemed that there were only the 2 of them. So they naturally formed a temporary team and began to move to explore nearby. The previous instrument detection clearly showed that the underground structure was quite stable and there was no sign of large-scale collapse. No, this didn't even look like a regular collapse. As Miss Sonar said before the collapse, it felt like the entire ruins were some kind of living creature. It was just that it was asleep before, so no abnormality could be found by any detection method. However, once someone invaded the interior, it immediately woke up. If it were an ordinary tomb robbing or archaeological team, the wave that just came would have been basically declared dead. But considering that the team of agents that came down today is not only well trained, but also all special people, it seems that they can still be rescued. Special people have stronger physiques than ordinary people, and they also have protective gear on their bodies. As long as they are not seriously injured, the minor injuries will basically have no effect. Even if the injuries are slightly serious, they can be healed by lying there for a while. Have you found anyone else? Chu Cheng followed the new teammate while operating the disguised Batman, while cutting off the microphone and turning to ask Friday. "Sorry, sir, I still can't find the signal for the time being." Friday said, "Maybe there is something underground that has interfered with the communication. But I collected some of the data collected by the sonar device before the connection was interrupted and tried to analyze and restore it. Through the incomplete data, I can infer the model of this ruins. What do you mean? Chu Cheng asked. Judging from the very limited space that the sonar feeds back, this place doesn't look like any building model that humans have ever had. Its rooms and platforms are staggered up and down, and each room is like a gear, independent of each other but interconnected. The entire underground may continue to extend in a similar pattern, including the hole where we just landed, and all the rooms or parts that make up it. Chu Cheng frowned and tried his best to fill in the blanks in his mind. It feels like a huge clock. Or you can imagine it as the Iron Man armor you already have. Friday said, it's usually in the form of a suitcase, but when you activate the assembly, it will transform into the armor form in a very short time. Imagine each part in the suitcase as a room in this building structure, then the change that just happened. It's like my Mk5 armor transformed from a suit form to an armor suit, and we are all bugs that strayed into the armor parts. The process of the armor's transformation is like the world spinning, and the stars shifting for us. Okay, I think I understand a little bit. If Friday's hypothesis is true, then this underground ruins, this underground building, made up of countless empty rooms as parts, is obviously larger than they initially expected. So if Chu Cheng were to say it doesn't feel like an enlarged version of Mk5, but rather more like the defensive fortress in Transformers, which can transform from a fully functional city fortress into a robot that stands tall. By the way, what did you say your name was? Liang Yi, who was walking in front, suddenly spoke. Point Snake. Chu Cheng started the microphone. Oh, you look quite young. Are you a newcomer? Liang Yi smiled, as if he was chatting, and there was no sense of tension in the predicament. Is it difficult to join the action team assessment? Yes. Chu Cheng laughed dryly. He guessed that Liang Yi might be easing the atmosphere, perhaps trying to make him not nervous. But a detective master said that it is better to be a listener than a narrator. As the saying goes, too much talk leads to mistakes, and too much talk always leads to flaws. Detectives need to be able to listen more than to be able to speak. Well, I had a hard time taking the assessment. Fighting and fighting are simple, but I really don't understand how to use guns. I tried my best to get a qualification certificate so that I could join the mobile team in the future. After joining, I found that there was nothing good about it. There was a lot of money, but I was busy running around all day. So I think the mobile team is meaningless, just like Fortress Besieged. By the way, do you know Fortress Besieged? Then he continued to ask and answer himself without waiting for an answer. Fortress Besieged is simple to explain, just like pregnancy. Chu Cheng. He thought he understood it, but he didn't understand it after being told that. To put it simply, people outside want to get in, and people inside want to get out. Isn't it vivid? Chu Cheng. I didn't read much, don't lie to me. Is that how Fortress Besieged is explained? What if I want to go in and out? Do I have to apply for a VIP card for this city? A very interesting metaphor. Friday reminded, but I still have to remind you that you may have company again, sir. I noticed. Without the fifth sister's reminder, Chu Cheng kept the detective mode on to scan the surroundings. He noticed the strange shadow as soon as it appeared in the scanning range. In the detective mode, he could see through the wall and marked a person in the shadow behind. The body shape was strange, the limbs were unnaturally slender, the head was tilted to one side, the bones were twisted and dislocated, and he was crawling at a very fast speed. That's right, crawling instead of walking. The kind that put all four palms on the ground. Chapter 148 Mutual Actors. What is that? Chu Cheng frowned. Too little information to judge. Friday said, based on the data obtained by the DNA scan from the perspective of the detective mode, its vital signs are not like those of a human. Infected. Not exactly. It's something between a dead person and an infected person. In the detective mode, you can see that the shadow is approaching, crawling rapidly from the shadows on their side. Chu Cheng is ready. Batman also clenched his fists under the cloak, disguised by the holographic projection, ready to deal with the attack from that thing at any time. When it was about 3 or 5 meters away, the thing suddenly jumped off the ground and attacked them. But before Chu Cheng could take a defensive counterattack, the NPC leading the way in front had already moved first. Liang Yi took the initiative to attack, took a step sideways in the direction of the darkness, and stretched his arm out into the darkness. This grab was so precise that it seemed to have been calculated, and he grabbed the throat of the thing that pounced in the air. His arm strength stopped the shadow in the middle of the pounce, and it screamed angrily in his hand. Only then did Chu Cheng see the appearance of the thing clearly on the screen. The body was as black as charcoal. If African tribes were to select Africans based on the purity of their bloodline, this thing would definitely kill the natives. In short, although it had a human-like appearance, it was just that the dislocated bones and the weird body shape made people feel that it looked like a weird species with a strange style. But it was obvious that the fancy things didn't work well in front of the tough guy. Liang Yi grabbed the weird species with one hand and threw it to the ground. The latter rolled around, stood up and screamed, and grabbed him with his twisted arms. Liang Yi dodged the grab, grabbed the wrist of the other party, stepped on the weird man, and pulled hard, pulling the arm off his body. The weird man's arm was broken, but there was no red blood flowing out of the broken mouth, but a large amount of dark black unknown liquid gushed out. Liang Yi dodged and kicked the monster in the chest, knocking the latter to the ground with a powerful kick. Finally, before the thing struggled to stand up, he crushed the monster's head with one foot to finish the job. At the same time, he turned his head and threw the broken arm aside without even looking at it, and smiled at the young man named Snake. "So like I said, don't worry," he said confidently, "because I'm very strong." Chu Cheng flattered him at the right time, and at the same time, he really felt that this man looked like he could fight. No matter what the black monster was, it was estimated that it should at least be equivalent to the physique of an infected person. He could tear someone apart with his bare hands, so his own strength must be good. The file says that Agent Liang Yi's physical fitness is at the limit of a special person. Friday reminded. The file says that Agent Luo's physical fitness is also at the limit of a special person, and Liang Yi's stronger trump card should be Phantom. The file only said that his Phantom was very good, but it didn't give a precise number of how good it was. How good it was still depends on actual combat performance. However, judging from his performance this time, it seems that this level is not enough for him to release the Phantom. In short, Liang Yi seemed to have positioned himself as a big daddy who could deal damage, and he intended to lead his younger brother to win by lying down. So Chu Cheng reluctantly lied down for the sake of not collapsing his character. The communication was interrupted, and Chu Cheng could not confirm their current location underground. Combined with the conjecture about the underground structure proposed by the fifth sister, the coordinates they were in at this time might have been moved by the ruins themselves, making it even more difficult to determine the location. There was only one way to determine the direction. The radiation content monitoring instrument distributed by Miyazaki the Old Thief. This thing can work without communication signals, and it can still indicate the location of the evidence they are looking for to the wearer. So although the 9 agents who entered the ruins may have been divided into different locations and could not contact each other, there is a high probability that the agents who resumed their actions will continue to follow the original plan to find the location of the coordinates. That is to say, as long as they go to that coordinate, they can reunite. So in these 2 dark underground areas, this thing is equivalent to a compass for the 9 agents. No matter where the agents are scattered in the ruins, it will guide everyone to the same direction and location through monitoring the radiation signal. Maybe Liang Yi, who also positioned himself as the big daddy, did behave very bravely. Along the way, 2 groups of attacks came out in succession. One was a single one and the other was a group of 3. All of them were those weirdos. Liang Yi easily handled both times. And he obviously intended to attract the enemy's attention and deliberately protect the young man named Snake. This also made Chu Cheng's impression of this buddy a little better. This feeling reminded him of the big legs that the whole class rushed to hug when doing the course project at the end of the semester. Once you become the pendant of the boss, then you just need to calmly accept the fact that you are a valuable thing and lie down. And from Chu Cheng's observation, it feels that this person is more or less at ease. Not only did he kill the 2 waves of monsters just now in seconds, like chopping melons and vegetables without any pressure, but his personal profile clearly stated that he was a phantom rider, but he had clearly been fighting in person until now. It felt like you wanted to see Star Platinum or Aurora, but when you clicked on it, you saw Jotaro killing people. It felt different all of a sudden. To be honest, the reason why Chu Cheng had been acting all the way was partly because of the consideration of the disguised identity, and partly because he wanted to see with his own eyes how strong this extremely dangerous phantom was. He didn't like the existence of uncertain factors. Sir, multiple enemies have been detected, Friday reminded. Looking around in the detective mode perspective, more and more light and shadows appeared around the two of them. Some were standing, some were crawling, some were in the shadows, and some were clinging to the wall. A line of small words quickly popped up on the right side of the screen, reminding him that a total of 9 enemies had been scanned in the detective mode. The number was more than before. It seems something is wrong. Chu Cheng turned on the microphone to remind his teammates. Oh, you also found it? Liang Yi praised with a smile. You are quite alert, not bad. At this time, the first monster had already launched a surprise attack from the shadows. Liang Yi knocked it to the ground with a punch, and at the same time, he dodged the claws of another monster. Stand behind me. Liang Yi kicked a monster that tried to attack from the side, and shouted at him. Be careful. A monster locked onto the disguised Batman, and pounced on him with his teeth and claws. Chu Cheng clicked the defense button in time. Batman seemed to be in a hurry and dodged awkwardly, but in fact, he just avoided the opponent's grab. At the same time, his raised knee hit the monster's throat as if by coincidence. The master is the richest man in Gotham when he takes off his mask, and he likes to do charity and construction all day long. Not only is he rich, but he is also a bit high profile. Naturally, he has been assassinated by supervillains. Therefore, the master disguised as a playboy is quite proficient in the technique of how to kill the top killer while pretending to rely on character. Over the years, there are many assassins who have been inexplicably defeated by Bruce Wayne, the rich and unlearned young man in Gotham. When Batman in disguise fights with others, his moves will automatically disguise himself as a layman as much as possible. His moves are fierce and exquisite, but every move is wise and foolish, and he can hit the opponent just right while not destroying his own personality. All of Gotham owes Mr. Wayne an Oscar statuette. Liang Yi's buddy is also very nice. Facing the siege of multiple weirdos at the same time, he counterattacked and repelled them, while seizing the gap to flash towards Snake. He kicked a weirdo who was about to attack his teammates, and turned him over with a flying kick. He didn't forget to take time to cover his teammates in his busy schedule. This person is slow and capable. But what makes Chu Cheng a little strange is that even so, the opponent doesn't seem to have the intention of releasing the phantom to kill randomly. I, Batman, am not doing this to destroy my personality. Why are you acting? Of course, it's not a big problem. Even without cheating, these weirdos were obviously no match for them. It would just take a little more time. Sir, a new target is suddenly approaching behind you. Behind you. Before he finished speaking, a dark wall behind Batman on the screen suddenly collapsed. A figure suddenly emerged from the flying bricks and grabbed Batman's neck without saying anything and pulled him back violently. In a flash, Chu Cheng saw the appearance of the guy on the screen and frowned in confusion. Leng Ji. Chapter 149. It's you again. Chu Cheng was sure that he was not mistaken. It was indeed Leng Ji. Even if the face could be recognized, the body could not. Especially since he was dressed in a Tokyo Footy style from head to toe. He was so recognizable that it was almost impossible to make a mistake. As soon as he appeared, a QTE prompt popped up on the screen, reminding the player to click the left mouse button repeatedly. Chu Cheng used all his strength and the one finger of sun burst out at full power, and his fingers almost left after images. But Batman also responded quickly to his continuous clicking, and his elbows repeatedly hit Leng Ji's chest and abdomen behind him. Shouldn't this guy have been killed? Chu Cheng was puzzled. The facial recognition shows that it is indeed Agent Leng Ji. Friday responded. The vital signs scan shows that it is exactly the same. This doesn't make sense. Leng Ji is dead, and Chu Cheng was there at the time. Well, that's not accurate. It should be said that the character he was remotely controlling was there at the time. He watched Leng Ji's tentacles pierce his heart by themselves and completed his self-destruction. The detective mode scan confirmed that all his vital signs were zero. Whether he was an infected person or a phantom, he should be dead. But now he was clearly here, alive and kicking, and trying to strangle the neck of the Batman controlled by Chu Cheng remotely, or more precisely, in the eyes of the other party, it should be Agent Snake. But it was obvious that Leng Ji encountered some unexpected problems. The image of Batman with his throat strangled flashed briefly, and the holographic effect seemed to be affected by the close combat. It was very subtle and undetectable, but Leng Ji noticed it. At the same time, he also noticed that the opponent's strength was unexpected. The elbow strike on his lower abdomen caused a considerable impact even with the armored skin buffer. He was caught off guard and almost let go of his arm. In fact, from Leng Ji's perspective, he completely regarded this little agent as a small fish. According to the original plan, he should have killed this small fish in an instant with a force of thunder, and then immediately turned around and attacked Liang Yi with those black anomalies. But he seemed to have bitten the hard bone. Another group of white shadows flashed quickly in the darkness above his head. A slender and graceful figure descended from the sky, and 2 white silk threads snapped and stuck behind Leng Ji. Taking advantage of the moment when he was hit by an elbow and lost his strength, they pulled him back a few steps. Spider-Gwen. Now that the number of heroes in the team has increased, Chu Cheng certainly won't arrange Batman alone for such a mission. Among his substitutes today, there are not only Gwen but also Spider-Man. Once the situation is not good, or it seems to be out of control, they can immediately switch perspectives, and if necessary, they can even directly use the Spider Duo to double up. Gwen and Spider-Man have almost the same abilities, and they are currently Chu Cheng's single soldier combat trump cards on par with Spider-Man. Leng Ji's arm loosened, and Batman, who was freed from the trap, immediately turned around and swept his lower body under the control of AI. Leng Ji's body tilted and lost his balance. At the same time, Gwen pulled hard, and Leng Ji's body fell halfway and was pulled into the air. Tentacles suddenly popped out from behind Leng Ji, stabbing at Gwen like lightning. However, Chu Cheng had already pressed the defense button. Gwen slightly tilted her upper body to avoid the sharp tentacles, then kicked Leng Ji into the air with a flying kick, and then she also jumped up, leaving several white after images in the air, punching and kicking in the air, with a graceful and swift posture, hitting Leng Ji, bleeding and splattering. Leng Ji, who had taken a series of consecutive hits, fell to the ground like a dead pig, rolling and hitting a stone wall. Gwen raised her hand and 2 spider silks stuck to his left and right sides respectively. She exerted force with both arms at the same time, pulling the spider silks back violently. The 2 spider silks were like stretched springs. With the amazing arm strength and the strong elasticity of the spider silk, she was pulled out and kicked hard on his chest with both feet together. Leng Ji opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of old blood. His armored skin cracked and fragments flew out. At the same time, the stone wall behind him broke under the heavy load, and Leng Ji flew out between countless rubble and soil, falling towards the dark and endless cliff below. But at that moment, a tentacle shot out from behind him, using the darkness, dust and the roar of the stone wall to cover it, and wrapped around Batman's ankle very secretly. The impact caused by Gwen's kick on Leng Ji also indirectly affected Batman, dragging him down. Liang Yi on the side seemed to want to save him, but was blocked by the last 3 weirdos in front of him. He was entangled with the 3 weirdos and couldn't break free for a while, but it seemed that he still had no intention of summoning the Phantom. This made people start to wonder if this person was too anxious to go out today and waited until he arrived at the scene to report it before slapping his forehead. It's bad. I forgot my Phantom at home, and no one should find it if I paddle in the water. Of course, Chu Cheng noticed it later. At this moment, he was busy fighting with others and had no time to think about those things. Batman was dragged down by Leng Ji, and he punched Leng Ji in the air. Leng Ji raised his hand to block, and the image of Snake was distorted again when his fists and palms met, just like the image when the signal reception is poor. Leng Ji frowned. You are not an agent of the 9 departments. You are. He had only said half of the words when a strong high voltage electricity came from the fist he caught. The sour and numb feeling rushed straight to the top of his head. This familiar breath of the netherworld and wretchedness immediately made him think of the figure of a certain old silver coin in his mind. Holographic mode is lifted. The false illusion disappeared, revealing a grey and black tight armor and a bat-shaped helmet. He punched Leng Ji's palm, and the current was raging, and the cloak was flying. Leng Ji's pupils shrank. "It's you again." But, after killing him in the fountain, he was still squatting to guard the body. After he was done, he changed his vest and opened a small account. He was still chasing after him. Leng Ji now felt like he was going to vomit, wondering if he had eaten his bat rice or killed his bat parents. Was it necessary for them to keep chasing him like this? He didn't know if it was because of the electric shock or some other reason, but he was numb again. At the same second when they fell, Gwen in Chu Cheng's perspective did not stop moving. Gwen shot out like lightning, turning into a white afterimage, and caught up with the two people falling with a pull of two spider silks. Batman's high pressure punch made Leng Ji dizzy. His neck tilted, and his head tilted, and as soon as he turned his head, he was met with a long, tight, curved leg, which flew like a whip. Tons of strange force hit him, and this kick almost broke his armored skin. He punched Batman in an attempt to fight back, but his punch was easily deflected by the other party, and he was hit in the face with two more punches. The tentacles behind him tried to fight back at Gwen, but Gwen shot out a spider silk and pulled it, and his body swayed lightly in the air. He dodged the tentacles flexibly with an elegant somersault, and then a spider silk hit Leng Ji's body again. The huge arm strength like a tidal wave burst out along the spider silk, pulling Leng Ji back in front of him. After 3 consecutive hits, he kicked back in front of Batman, and then another high-pressure bat punch hit him. A set of free fall combos was completed, and then Gwen swung away hanging on a spider silk, and Batman's cape flew to the side, leaving this guy head first falling to the ground. Batman and Gwen landed on the left and right. Leng Ji, who had a face pit on the ground, was still struggling. He twitched his fingers twice, and stood up again with great difficulty but incomparable tenacity. His legs and feet were trembling, his iron-like skin was peeling off, and large patches of blood were all over his body. His right leg joint and arm were dislocated, and his neck seemed to be unable to be straightened, but he still climbed up tenaciously, and glared at Batman. "Well, he seems to hate you." Gwen turned to Batman. Batman had no expression on his face, as if he didn't hear it. The fragmented injuries made Leng Ji slow for half a second to notice the indicator light on his chest flashing twice. He looked down, and found that a small metal device had been attached to his chest at some point, with a flashing indicator light on it, and a bat painted in the center. Boom. The fire exploded instantly. It was the bat bomb that Batman had added to his arsenal after his equipment was upgraded. It was more powerful than the previous explosive bat dart. Leng Ji was blown upside down, and the whole person rolled a long way like a ball, and collapsed on the ground without moving. Done. Gwen clapped her hands and stood up, extending a hand to Batman to high five. High five. Batman ignored her. Spider-Girl withdrew her hand in dismay. How cold. Chapter 150. 3D Maze. You mean there is more than one Leng Ji? Looking at Leng Ji, who was blown to pieces on the ground, Chu Cheng felt that this seemed to be a reasonable guess. I just proposed that there is such a possibility. Friday said, maybe it is the ability of clones, or some kind of clone. Because all the identification data show that he is the same person as Leng Ji we met before, but there are also some subtle differences. Although it is strange to say this, they look like different individuals of the same person. It sounds like clones. Chu Cheng said. But no matter what, twice the experience of this elite monster is twice the joy. If you kill it a few more times and save it up, you can send 10 consecutive attacks again. Chu Cheng temporarily suppressed his doubts and continued to operate his character. Spider-Gwen temporarily left the stage, and Chu Cheng's operating perspective returned to Batman. Holographic simulation projection is back online. The light blue data stream quickly swept over Batman's body, and a layer of holographic image was put on him again. Within a second, he quickly turned back into Agent Snake in his standard combat uniform. The projection system is still working properly, sir. Friday said. Very good. Let's see if our new friend has finished. The entire underground ruins had no light at all, literally pitch dark. Batman could see through the night vision function of the detective mode, so Chu Cheng's visual image was not affected by the darkness. Although the holographic mode was temporarily lifted, he was sure that his new friend above did not see it after the melee and the fall. Batman raised his head, and Chu Cheng quickly saw the platform above where they fell from his perspective. The height of the fall seemed to be a bit high, and the distance of the platform was close to the boundary of the detection range of the detective mode. The protruding stones on the edge were also a blurry mass in the enhanced vision, making it difficult to see clearly. Batman raised his hand and shot a grappling gun. The grappling claw bit the protruding boulder on the edge, and the load-bearing fiber contracted rapidly. The huge pulling force pulled him up to the edge of the platform in one breath. Chu Cheng deliberately let Batman release the grappling claw before flying up. Then Batman pretended to struggle to climb up from the edge, so that it looked as if he was lucky enough to be hung on the edge of the cliff from the beginning, instead of flying back from falling to the bottom. However, when he climbed up, he found that there was nothing. The platform was empty, and there was no trace of Liang Yi. Chu Cheng's first reaction was that this guy thought that his teammates were dead and there was no need to rescue them, so they had left. But after a closer look, it seemed that this was not the case. Because not only Liang Yi, but also the black monsters that should have been killed just now were gone. This is a bit confusing. Even if this person has the habit of touching corpses, he usually touches some equipment and picks up some materials at most. It is really too much to carry away the corpses. There are also other strange parts. For example, Leng Ji should have been kicked through the wall by Gwen just now, but now looking at the direction where they just fell, even the wall is gone. This is not where he was before. Friday, did we go in the wrong direction? No, sir. Friday responded, this should indeed be the coordinates before you fell. It may be that the ruins themselves moved during this period, in such a short period of time. This made Chu Cheng feel even more strange. He felt that this place was a bit weird, like a three-dimensional maze. It was as if every time you left a room or a platform, it was completely up to fate where you would appear next. There was a classic sense of deja vu, that every time you walked through a door and looked back, the room was already different. To be honest, in this place deep underground, it was dark and strange zombie-like monsters would pop out from time to time. Judging from the skin color, they might still be African-only zombies. If it were him, he would definitely start to panic. Fortunately, he was sitting in the fountain. So it was great to be a fountain commander without having to go to the front line in person. Miyazaki's technology for tracking radiation signals from evidence was also copied into the built-in computer of Batman's armor. Chu Cheng confirmed the direction of the radiation signal again, and found that the location of the evidence was different from what was shown before, and even the general direction it pointed to had changed. It could be that Batman's position in the ruins had changed, or the location of the area where the evidence was located had changed, or both. After walking for about 10 minutes, the detective mode marked a new enemy again. 4 targets, sir. Friday said. See? It was still the same black weirdo. Chu Cheng didn't think they looked rational, and he wasn't even sure if those things were living creatures. It was as if they were the guards of this ruins, responsible for entertaining the unlucky people who broke into places they shouldn't be. Of course, they had provoked the wrong person. The first weirdo approached behind Batman and pounced on him from an angle that he might have thought was very hidden and tricky. But Batman didn't even look back and suddenly punched back. The punch was predicted very accurately, and it looked like the weirdo had taken it with his face. The ugly black face hit the master's fist with a bang, and the fist force enhanced by the armor almost deformed his face. The weirdo fell with his head raised, holding his forehead, and feeling a little dizzy for a while. The Bat family's ancestral skill is to have eyes behind their backs. The other 3 also flew over at the same time. Batman dodged the grab of the first weirdo and hit the weirdo's chin with an uppercut. At this time, the second person attacked from behind. Batman tilted his head, and the weirdo's punch went empty and hit his teammate in the face. These weirdos seem to have better physical fitness than ordinary people, but they fight with wildness. To put it bluntly, they just beat them randomly. Batman's strength with the blessing of the exoskeleton completely crushed the 4 of them, and with the master level skills, it was easy for him to fight 1 against 4. In a few rounds, one weirdo had his head kicked and smashed. The second weirdo's chest was cracked by the bat bomb, and the third and fourth were pierced by high voltage electricity. They collapsed, with blue electric snakes jumping all over their bodies and twitching from time to time. killing 4 weirdos in a few minutes. It can be regarded as a wave of experience. Batman continued to move forward. After walking a few steps, a new target was scanned in the field of vision. The 3 targets had different body shapes and vital signs from those weirdos, and they looked like humans. Chu Cheng controlled Batman to approach. He thought they might be agents of the 9th Special Service, but after seeing their appearance clearly in the night vision mode, he found that they were not. The style of the uniforms on the 3 people was different from that of the 9th, and the equipment configuration they carried was also obviously different. They were not agents of the 9th Special Service. In this deep underground space, there are other forces besides the 9th Special Service. At this time, the visual function in the detective mode has captured the faces of the 3 people. Friday immediately executed the facial recognition matching program and quickly recognized the identities of the 3 people. Qiu Qingqiang, Beijing, He Xiao. Friday quickly matched the identities of the 3 of them and paused. They are all employees of the Grove Group's subsidiaries. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.